Chapter 972. Lu Kuan sat cross-legged in a spirit energy pillar in the devil's den. Pure spirit energy and the surrounding demonic energy continuously flowed into his body. The muscles all over his body were taut, like lumps of iron. They trembled fiercely, and a frightening aura of destruction circulated inside. It had been 2 months since the last sect opening ceremony. During this time, Lu Kuan had borrowed the rich demonic aura of the Demon Abyss's underground cave to explore the cultivation path of the bone transformation stage. After a body cultivator crossed the heavenly tribulation and entered the bone transformation stage, the body would synthesize a special energy called demonic energy. When the life force was separated, the demonic energy would enter a state of cultivation. It would destroy each other in the bones, producing a destructive power. However, after the cultivation of the bone treasure stage, the body cultivator's bones had become extremely powerful. Even the destructive power of the bone transformation stage was very slow to strengthen. The bone transformation stage body was of the same origin. Even if one didn't cultivate, the powerful cell origin of the bones would imperceptibly influence the muscles, blood, and internal organs, causing the other parts of the body to slowly improve. Of course, this imperceptible influence was also slow. If one didn't care, it would take tens of thousands of years for there to be obvious changes. Therefore, one needed to actively cultivate to accelerate this imperceptible process. According to this point, Lu Kuan concluded that the bone transformation stage cultivation used the bones as the core to accelerate the assimilation of the muscles, blood, and internal organs. Muscles were a powerful part of the body, second only to the bones. They were attached to the bones through the tendons and were the most affected by the bones. Lu Kuan's current muscles, in a tense state, had a defensive power that was no less than an ordinary magic weapon. It could withstand the tempering of the destructive power. After an unknown period of time, Lu Kuan stopped absorbing the demonic energy. His muscles relaxed and he opened his eyes. He felt the changes in his muscles and revealed an expression of as expected. My previous judgment is the same. This kind of rough muscle tempering won't work. Although the destructive power entering the muscles has been reduced by a lot through the dispersal of the bones, it still has a strong destructive power to the muscles. Under the tempering of the destructive power, the muscles are repeatedly broken and reformed. The material quality is rapidly improving, but the vitality of the muscles is also being destroyed by the destructive power. If I continue to cultivate like this, the quality of my muscles will become stronger and stronger. However, without vitality, my muscles will become incomparably stiff, turning into dead muscles like demonic zombies. I won't even be able to use the flesh condensation technique. Bones were naturally solid materials and could be used as a treasure to temper them. However, muscles were different. They were as soft as cotton and as hard as iron. That was its essence. It was a living body. When the muscles were tight and contracted, they could become as hard as magical equipment. When they relaxed, they could stretch freely, displaying astonishing flexibility and elasticity. This kind of property was not like a magic treasure at all. Instead, it was more like a life form. It could not be refined like a bone treasure. Lu Kuan deduced in his heart. The cultivation of the bone transformation stage requires the gradual assimilation of the corporeal body. The bones are already in the mature stage of the magic treasure. If the muscles want to transform to this level, they must maintain these 2 characteristics. The hardness of muscles in the taut state is no less than that of magical equipment in the mature phase. Secondly, the muscle fibers in the relaxed state can be stretched agilely, if not longer. After being tempered by the destructive power during the bone treasure stage, it takes time to nurture. Because the bones are dead objects, their self-healing ability is poor, and they need to be nurtured to recover. However, the vitality of muscles is extremely high. During the tempering process of the destructive power, they can self-repair broken muscle fibers. However, in this process, their vitality is destroyed. If you want the muscles to reach a perfect state, You have to strengthen the vitality of the muscles at the same time. Muscles are not magic treasures. Vitality cannot be nurtured through magic power. Blood essence can only accelerate the repair of the tendons. Only the energy gifted by the heavenly tribulation can do that. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan's body suddenly emitted a rich aura of life. This aura flowed through his muscles in a unique way. Lu Kuan murmured, "The thing that can really maintain the vitality of muscles is the power of life." After entering the bone transformation stage, he had been studying the power of life. However, other than separating and fusing the chaos magic energy, he did not find any other uses for the power of life. Until Fairy Feng Yuan gave him the spirit transformation art. A jade slip appeared in Lu Kuan's hand. He revealed a rueful expression. That senior of the spirit transformation sect is indeed powerful. She was able to determine that the spirit transformation art would inspire my body refining cultivation method. She must have guessed the power of life. After a body cultivator passes the thunder tribulation, the power of life appears in their body. The same is true for a transformed monster beast. For a transformed monster beast, the power of life is an indispensable factor for a breakthrough in cultivation. Conversely, the cultivation of a body cultivator during the bone transformation stage must also be greatly related to the power of life. Although the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth attempts to destroy body cultivators, the power of life left behind after a breakthrough is an incomparably precious gift. Lu Kuan looked at the spirit transformation art in his hand. The power of life circulated more and more smoothly, and waves of refreshing feeling came from his muscles. The method of using the power of life in the spirit transformation art inspired him greatly. After repeated experiments, Lu Kuan found a method to use the power of life to strengthen the vitality of his muscles. The muscle cultivation method of the bone transformation stage should be divided into two stages. The first stage is to temper the material of the muscle fibers. At this time, the muscles of the entire body must be taught to maintain the strength of a magic treasure. The destructive power radiating from the bones must be used to temper the muscles. The second stage is to use the power of life to restore and strengthen the vitality of the muscles. If my judgment is correct, the taut state of the muscles is comparable to a magic treasure in the mature stage. When the flexibility and elasticity of the muscles greatly increase, that is when the next small stage is reached, the middle stage of the bone transformation stage. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan's smile suddenly froze. Wait a minute. At that time, the muscles and bones will be at the same level. The muscles will also be able to contain magic energy. Only when the physical strength and energy of the body transform at the same time can I be considered to have entered the next small stage. But the power of life in my body is limited. Even if the muscles can contain magic energy, the power of life is not enough to cover more magic energy. Lu Kuan couldn't help but withdraw the power of life and exit the cultivation state. He stood up and paced back and forth. From the 8th level to the middle stage of the transformation stage of the 9th level, and then to the late stage of the transformation stage of the 10th level, which is comparable to a great cultivator, the power of life will become denser and denser. Therefore, their appearance will gradually become more similar to that of the human race. In order to enter the nascent soul stage with the spirit transformation art, one must borrow the power of life from the transformation stage of the demon beast. After that, the middle stage and late stage of the nascent soul stage rely on even denser power of life. Therefore, the nascent soul stage cultivators of the spirit transformation sect all had cultivation levels closely following their spirit beasts. When a demon cultivator breaks through the 8th level and above, there will no longer be a transformation thunder tribulation. In other words, the cultivation of a transformation stage demon cultivator will increase their power of life. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan squeezed the jade slip in his hand and frowned. The spirit transformation art only has the method to use the power of life. There is no method to cultivate the power of life, nor is there any record of the cultivation method of demon cultivators. Strange. Fan Yuan can't have a secret stash. Could it be that there is some taboo about the cultivation method of demon cultivators that it is not recorded? After pondering for a long time, Lu Kuan shook his head. Forget it. In any case, I will go to the state of Chu this time. When the time comes, I will catch a few transformation stage demon cultivators and study them. If the cultivation method of the bone transformation stage can also increase the power of life, then it will be truly perfect. Right, the prototype of the battle treasure still hasn't been repaired. It also needs the power of life. Chapter 973. At the top of the Sky Sword Peak, on a platform covered by a restriction, there was a Dharma array with a diameter of 10 feet. Two core formation cultivators were adjusting the array and checking the spirit disc in their hand from time to time. A skinny old man with sharp eyebrows stood not far away, exuding an imposing aura. He was the nascent soul elder of the body refining pavilion, Dugufeng. After the body refining pavilion dominated the Wei nation, the internal positions were adjusted. As the founder of the sect, Lu Kuan was the well-deserved leader of the body refining pavilion and the owner of the body refining pavilion. Below the pavilion owner were the deputy pavilion owners and the elders. As long as the cultivators of the body refining pavilion entered the nascent soul stage, they could be promoted to an elder and enjoy greatly increased sect resources. As for the disciples below the nascent soul stage, only the pavilion owner had the authority to appoint them. Although Zhu Siming and Fairy Fan Yuan were only at the core formation stage, they were appointed as the elders of the body refining pavilion by Lu Kuan. As for the deputy pavilion owners of the body refining pavilion, they had to be at least at the nascent soul stage to be in charge of the various pavilions. As the 6 body refining pavilions had just started developing, the only deputy pavilion owner was Yu Longfei. Behind Dugufeng stood 8 sword cultivator disciples quietly. Their bodies flashed with sharp metal-type dermic powers, and they were all at the early stage foundation establishment stage. The most eye-catching one was a middle-aged man in the lead. He looked ordinary and had sharp eyes. Although his cultivation was also at the early stage foundation establishment stage, the purity of his dermic powers was more than twice that of the others. The extremely pure metal-type dermic powers gave off a feeling similar to sword intent dermic powers, exuding an extremely sharp aura. Dugufeng looked at the teleportation array that was about to be completed and said slowly, "Yiming, have you decided to go to the warrior's holy city?" The middle-aged man said with certainty, "That's right. If I don't cultivate the Vajra art, I won't be able to continue cultivating the Heaven Sword art." There was a hint of fanaticism in his eyes as he said, "Furthermore, only by personally experiencing the body tempering technique will I have the chance to find a way to strengthen my meridians. The path of sword cultivation will definitely be able to restore the glory of the ancient times." Dugufeng sighed softly and said, "Compared to the ancient times, there have been some changes. Many herbs cannot grow, especially those that strengthen the meridians. This is why the path of sword cultivation has become so difficult. Although Pavilion Master's meridian strengthening technique will deplete the essence of a sword cultivator's physical body and can only be strengthened once, with this secret technique, junior brother Lin Ming will be able to enter the nascent soul stage in one go. Senior brother Yu and I will also have the opportunity to advance further. The heavenly sword art that we cultivate lacks a method to continuously strengthen our meridians." When the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes became even more resolute. "Ancestor, don't worry. After this disciple cultivates the Vajra arts, I will definitely search for the method to strengthen my meridians." Dugufeng said, "The foundational technique of the body tempering technique will initially strengthen your meridians. You will also be able to avoid a crisis. Otherwise, your meridians will not be able to withstand the heavenly sword art rashly with the extreme magic power of the ancient foundational technique. Your aptitude and temperament are the strongest among this generation of disciples of the Sky Sword Pavilion. Although it is important to find a method to strengthen your meridians, you must not delay your own cultivation. If you're not confident, then switch to the sword body art. If your meridians cannot be continuously strengthened, then with your solid foundation, it will be difficult for the heavenly sword art to advance further. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment before he said, "Ancestor, is this sword body art really stronger than the heavenly sword art?" Dugu Feng frowned and said, "The two are not easy to compare. The sword body art is a new technique. Currently, only Huang Shaoyan has cultivated it to the core formation stage, although his strength far surpasses other sword cultivators of the same level. According to the Pavilion Master's path of body tempering, his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is much more dangerous than the heavenly sword art. And although the heavenly sword art is weaker than the sword body art in terms of combat power, and there is the obstruction of weak meridians, but this path has already been walked by countless predecessors. It directly leads to the soul formation stage, and the technique is complete." The middle-aged man clenched his fist and said, "I don't believe that the ancient sword technique is weaker than other unorthodox sword techniques. I heard that there is a fellow Foundation Establishment stage disciple of the sword body art. Why go to Luzhou this time? I must exchange pointers with her." Dugu Feng laughed and said, "Yiming, although your magic power and divine sense far surpass those of the same level, Duan Yun has not only entered the Foundation Establishment stage, she has also comprehended sword intent. You are not her opponent." Comprehending sword intent at the Foundation Establishment stage. That's great. Not only was the middle-aged man not afraid, but his battle intent was bursting. Seeing this, Dugu Feng helplessly shook his head. This seemingly middle-aged man was actually only 33 years old. His name was Dugu Yiming, a disciple of the Dugu clan. He possessed the Heavenly Sword Sect's rare, top-grade spiritual root, the metal attribute Heavenly Spiritual Root. The most commendable thing was that Dugu Yiming had a rebellious character in his bones, and he was extremely hard-working in his cultivation. When he was 18 years old, he entered the great completion of Qi refinement and could break through to the Foundation Establishment stage at any time. However, Dugu Yiming was extremely stubborn. He wanted to imitate the ancient cultivators and refused to take the Foundation Establishment pill. He wanted to use the ancient Foundation Establishment method to build his foundation. In the War of the Wei Kingdom, Dugu Yiming obtained many treasures to strengthen his divine sense. Finally, half a month ago, he successfully broke through and entered the Foundation Establishment stage. Dugu Yiming, who broke through with the ancient Foundation Establishment method, had extremely pure metal attribute magic power. If he cultivated the heavenly sword art, his magic power would become extremely sharp, and his meridians would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Dugu Yiming decided to enter the warrior's holy city. On one hand, he cultivated the Vajra spell to increase the strength of his meridians, and, on the other hand, he was looking for a method to continuously strengthen his meridians. In Dugu Yiming's heart, a true sword cultivator could behead someone from 1,000 miles away, control a sword formation at close range, and fight one against many with ease. There was no need to refine one's body into a sword. This was simply barbaric. That so-called sword body art was just an unorthodox sword cultivation technique. As long as he could find a way to continuously strengthen his meridians, the ancient sword Tao would definitely shine brightly. After a while, the white-haired old man who was adjusting the Dharma array said respectfully, "Uncle Master, the Dharma array is adjusted. We can teleport at any time." Dugu Yiming nodded slightly and led the group of Foundation Establishment disciples forward. He activated the teleportation array, threw out 9 teleportation talismans, and disappeared in the array. The current Wei Kingdom was the world of the body refining pavilion. Even those small families and itinerant cultivators had been taken in by the body refining pavilion. The Qi Kingdom's blood refining clan and the body refining pavilion had already reached an alliance agreement around the Wei Kingdom. They would not attack each other for 300 years. In the east of the Wei Kingdom was the Jin Kingdom, which was barren of spirit Qi. In the south was a vast desert country with very few cultivators. The only threat was the Chu kingdom in the west. As a precaution, the body refining pavilion used the remaining ethereal spirit crystals to build teleportation arrays in the 4 major states of the Wei Kingdom. If any special situation occurred, the experts of the 5 Elements Pavilion, the Spirit Transformation Pavilion, and the Cloud Ridge Mountain Range could support the Sky Soar Pavilion at any time. Accompanied by a white spirit light, Dugu Feng and the others appeared in the secret chamber. Beneath their feet was a huge teleportation array with a diameter of 30 feet. Dugu Feng shook his head and woke up from his slight dizziness. "Greetings, Elder Dugu." Pan Yan's incomparably strong body stood outside the teleportation array and bowed respectfully. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. Dugu Feng asked, "Martial Nephew Pan, did the Pavilion Master send you here?" Pan Yan nodded and said, "Yes. Master is waiting for you in the weapon refining hall." Dugu Feng said, "Martial Nephew, the Sky Sword Pavilion's Foundation establishment disciples are going to the warrior's holy city. Bring them there. I'll go look for the Pavilion Master." "Yes, Elder." Dugu Feng then turned into a streak of light and quickly left the secret chamber. Chapter 974. There was a medium-sized secret room on the steeple in the center of the weapon refining hall. It was different from the room where mortal martial artists tried to break through the weapon spirit root. Not only was there rich spirit chi, but there was also pure demon chi. In the middle of the room was a broken dragonstone platform. Lu Kuan and Dugu Feng stood at the side and chatted. Dugu Feng's face was still full of shock. 7 martial sages successfully merged with the weapon spirit root. If Pavilion Master didn't say it himself, I wouldn't have believed it. A 70% success rate for mortals to form spirit roots. If this news were to spread, the entire immortal cultivation world would be shocked. Lu Kuan shook his head. "Brother Dugu, you're wrong. The 10 martial sages who participated in the weapon spirit root refinement stood out from the Wei Nation War. They were the 10 with the strongest body refinement aptitude and temperament. They even had the ability to kill those who had completed the Qi refinement realm. I originally thought that they would all succeed, but I didn't expect that 3 of them would lose control of their spirit root due to their weak divine senses, and they died. The first generation of mortal martial artists of the body refining pavilion stood out in the secular world and entered the body refining pavilion. Then they were selected in the immortal cultivation world war. After hundreds of people were selected, only 7 of them successfully formed acquired spirit roots and stepped into the immortal cultivation world. However, this was only the beginning of body refinement cultivation. If they wanted to reach a higher realm and increase their lifespan, there would be many difficulties. The difficulty of mortal-immortal cultivation far exceeded that of immortal cultivators with spirit roots. However, if these mortal martial artists were to succeed in their cultivation, they would definitely be the strongest among their peers. Pavilion Master, these 7 people should have entered the 5 Elements Pavilion in the end. Lu Kuan nodded. They refined the 5 Elements Golden Core, so it's best for them to cultivate the 5 Elements Body Refinement Art. It can be said that most of the future disciples of the 5 Elements Pavilion came from mortal martial artists. Dugu Feng murmured, "No wonder Pavilion Master built the warrior's holy city at the border of the Jin Nation. With the situation of the secular world in the Jin Nation, the number of martial artists far exceeds that of the Wei Nation. It's the birthplace of the body, refining Pavilion's disciples." When Lu Kuan heard this, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I heard that one of Brother Dugu's descendants with amazing talent is also planning to go to the warrior's sacred city." Dugu Feng hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, "Yes, Pavilion Master. Yiming admires the ancient sword cultivation path. He wants to find a way to continuously strengthen his meridians in the body refinement mantra, so as to promote the ancient sword cultivation path." When Lu Kuan saw his expression, he laughed loudly and said, "Brother Dugu, I've already said that after the Heavenly Sword sect merged into the Body Refining Pavilion, the original cultivation techniques would continue to be passed down. The sword body arts would just be a branch of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. If this brat can really find a way to strengthen his meridians from the body refinement art, it means that the Sky Sword Pavilion's traditional sword cultivator lineage is inseparable from the body refinement art. Brother Dugu, you don't have to worry about anything. When Dugu Feng heard Lu Kuan's words, he felt relieved. A disciple with such terrifying aptitude like Dugu Yiming, who wholeheartedly wanted to promote the ancient sword cultivation path when a Heavenly Sword Pavilion had just merged into the Body Refining Pavilion, would inevitably be criticized by others. Dugu Feng's expression turned serious, and he said, "Pavilion Master, what instructions do you have for me this time?" Lu Kuan said, "It's nothing important. I just want to trouble Brother Dugu to help me refine tools." Dugu Feng was slightly surprised and said, "Pavilion Master, in terms of refining tools, I'm only ordinary." "Why?" Lu Kuan rubbed his temples and said with some distress, "Brother Dugu also knows that the body refinement art is different from ordinary cultivation techniques. It doesn't have the power of the nascent soul, and Yu Xian's strange fire isn't strong enough. This time, I invited Brother Dugu to come over to borrow the nascent soul's strange fire." Dugu Feng revealed a curious expression. Normally, a core formation stage strange fire would be more than enough to refine a normal treasure. He asked, "Pavilion Master, what kind of special treasure do you want to refine?" Lu Kuan's hand flashed, and a brick-like deformed piece of meat wrapped in a layer of gray muscles appeared in his hand. He slowly said, "Brother Dugu, this treasure that destroyed Shi Jingtian's nascent soul is a unique treasure for body refinement cultivators that Lu researched. Battle treasure." Dugu Feng's eyes widened as he looked at the piece of meat. It was wrapped in a layer of gray muscles. Although it looked lifeless at such a close distance, he could still feel the power of qi and blood. It didn't look like a treasure at all. Instead, it looked like a dead creature. However, it was this deformed treasure that destroyed Shi Jingtian's nascent soul teleportation technique and killed him. Lu Kuan rubbed the dead and stiff muscles on the battle treasure and sighed. "When I killed Shi Jingtian, this battle treasure wasn't completely refined. Forcefully using it caused it to be damaged by more than half." Dugu Feng asked, "Pavilion Master, you want to repair this battle treasure?" Lu Kuan waved his hand, and a pile of black and white stones appeared on the broken dragon rock in front of him. There was also a dim black and white spiritual ruler. He said, "Other than repairing the battle treasure, Lu also wants to use the demonic abyss unique demonic stone to refine a special treasure." "Demonic stone?" Lu Kuan exclaimed. "The environment of the Devil's Pool is very special. It gave birth to a miraculous item like the demonic stone. It is extremely compatible with both mana and demonic powers." He picked up a black and white stone and said, "The white part of the demonic stone contains the 5 elements. The black part is purely demonic. The two are combined in a unique way. The top technique of the miraculous gate, the demonic spirit chaos technique, was created according to the environment of the Devil's Pool and the miraculous item, like the demonic stone. It was then perfected by generations of miraculous gate elders." At this point, Lu Kuan looked at the spiritual ruler at the side. Shi Jingtian's demonic ruler magic treasure was refined with the demonic stone as the main material. Under the effect of the demonic powers and the demonic spirit fusion spiritual power, it contains the power of destruction. Its attack power is shocking. He revealed a trace of regret. Unfortunately, the demonic powers in the demonic spirit ruler were completely destroyed after a few revolutions. The magic treasure refined with the demonic stone is still unable to withstand the circulation of the demonic powers. The demonic spirit ruler was destroyed by the Pavilion Master's demonic powers? Dugu Feng was dumbfounded. While he was strengthening his meridians, he heard Lu Kuan mention about demonic powers. It was a unique energy after a body cultivator entered the nascent soul stage. It was a combination of demonic powers and magic powers. However, he did not expect demonic powers to be so destructive to magic treasures. Even a magic treasure of a grand cultivator could be destroyed from the inside. It was simply unimaginable how demonic powers operated in a human's body. The Pavilion Master's magic treasure must have been refined to adapt to demonic powers. Dugu Feng frowned. If that's the case, then the demonic stone cannot be refined into a magic treasure. It can't be refined into a magic treasure. However, it can be refined into an auxiliary magic treasure. Lu Kuan smiled gently. Spiritual light flashed on the dragon-breaking stone, and two small jade figures appeared, one black and one white. He said, "This is the demonic spirit chaos techniques, demonic spirit chaos techniques, demonic spirit chaos technique." For sure, Jingtian. The jade infant is his natal magic treasure. It provides the demonic spirit ruler with the demonic spirit fusion spiritual energy. The demonic spirit infant is a magic treasure that stores demonic powers. Dugu Feng thought of something and could not help but ask. The Pavilion Master's demonic powers have both spiritual and demonic powers. Could it be that he is using the demonic spirit fusion stone to store demonic powers? Lu Kuan's eyes flashed. That's right. Although the demonic spirit fusion stone cannot withstand the circulation of demonic powers, it is still very compatible with demonic powers. If the demonic spirit fusion stone is combined with a magic treasure, it might be possible to refine a magic treasure that can only store demonic powers. A top-grade magic treasure, like the demonic spirit fusion stone, can only be refined with a nascent soul flame. Also, just in case, I will teach Brother Duga the divine sense fusion technique. I will listen to the Pavilion Master's instructions. Afterward, Lu Kuan taught Dugu Feng the part of the spirit sensing art that involved the integration of soul and consciousness. Although Dugu Feng could use his fingerbone to carve a miniature magic formation, the forging process this time was more complicated than the forging of a battle treasure. It would be better to have the assistance of soul and consciousness. Chapter 975. Several days later, a powerful spiritual sense storm suddenly appeared around the steeple of the artifact refining hall. A terrifying spiritual sense of power soared into the sky. If a nascent soul cultivator was present, they would discover that this spiritual sense power had almost reached the peak of the nascent soul middle stage. It was only a hair's breadth away from the grand cultivator stage. After a full quarter of an hour, the astonishing spiritual sense power gradually dissipated. In the room of the steeple, Dugu Feng opened his eyes, which flashed with amazement. This is the Pavilion Master, and Zhu Siming perfected the soul sensing art. It actually took a different approach and strengthened the spiritual sense through the nerves of the body. Lu Kuan revealed a look of reminiscence. The original soul sensing art was a technique used by the Yang clan to assist in refining tools. The first half of the technique used the spiritual sense to strengthen the nerves and senses of the body. The second half reversed the process and used the nerves of the body to strengthen the spiritual sense. Elder Zhu's talent in the spiritual sense was astonishing. After he obtained the Vajra arts, he combined it with the cultivation of the nerves of the body to perfect the soul-sensing art. The effect of strengthening the spiritual sense greatly increased. He even researched the soul-sensing art with martial uncle Nie Wufeng. Dugu Feng felt the feedback of the spiritual sense and sighed. Although it can't strengthen the spiritual sense of a cultivator above the core formation stage, the soul-sensing art can still be considered a top-secret technique. Lu Kuan heard this and frowned. Brother Dugu is right. The soul-sensing art can at most increase the spiritual sense to the early core formation stage. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. When Lu Kuan first created the body refining art, he discovered that the body refining art had a very limited effect on the spiritual sense. Only the transformation of the soul brought about by crossing a large realm could greatly increase the power of the spiritual sense, just like the traditional immortal cultivation art. When he was cultivating the body refining art, he also cultivated the foundation of the immortal cultivation art to the great circle of the Qi refining stage. He swallowed the Scarlet Fire Royal Jelly and learned the soul-sensing art perfected by Zhu Siming. The foundation of his spiritual sense was incomparably deep and had always been higher than cultivators of the same level. Moreover, after passing through the terrifying heaven and earth thunder tribulation, Lu Kuan's spiritual sense had undergone an astonishing transformation, reaching the middle Yuanying stage, so he ignored the weakness of his spiritual sense. Now that he thought about it, although the body-tempering art had been integrated with the spirit-sensing technique, its effects were not inferior to traditional cultivation techniques. However, this effect could only last until the early stage of the core formation realm. If a first-generation disciple entered the middle stage of the bone treasure realm, the weakness of the spiritual awareness would gradually become apparent and even affect the breakthrough of the bone transformation stage. The spirit sensory art uses the nerves of the physical body, which belongs to the peripheral nervous system. It does not involve the central nervous system, which is the nerves of the spinal cord and the brain. If I work on the central nervous system, it might be possible to strengthen the spirit sensory technique. After pondering for a moment, Lu Kuan decided to put this matter aside. There are more important matters at hand. Since Brother Dugu has mastered the divine sense unification secret technique, let's begin. Yes, Pavilion Master. Lu Kuan waved his hand, and the dragon-breaking stone flashed with spiritual light. In addition to the lifeless treasure, several materials appeared. Among them, a purple-black bone with bone spurs was the most conspicuous, exuding an astonishing demonic aura. Dugu Feng was stunned. This is a level 8 demonic bone? Lu Kuan said, yes. The main material of the treasure is the demonic bone. The refining of the prototype of this treasure is quite conservative, using a level 7 demonic bone. If it was a level 8 demonic bone, it would not have been damaged so badly. Now that it is repaired, it is just right to integrate more advanced materials. After that, Lu Kuan opened his mouth slightly, and a cloud of silver blood mist, exuding a strong power of qi and blood, wrapped up the grayish-black deformed meat and soon disappeared into it. Brother Dugu, please divide the nascent soul true fire into 2 groups, one to burn the demonic bone and the other to wrap the treasure. Dugu Feng nodded. Along with the high temperature and sharp aura, 2 pale golden flames appeared on the dragon-breaking stone. The deformed meat on the treasure seemed to be stimulated, quickly twitching, and began to shrink inwardly. Dugu Feng's eyes didn't blink as he curiously looked at this treasure that was unique to body cultivators. Sizzle. As the flames burned, a grayish-black demonic aura was emitted from the deformed meat, and the room was filled with a rotten smell. After about 10 minutes, the deformed meat completely melted, revealing a gray bone that looked like a brick. At this time, Lu Kuan raised his hands and directly reached into the 2 nascent soul true fires. Pavilion Master, Dugu Feng was halfway through his words when he realized that Lu Kuan's body was so strong that it couldn't be damaged by the nascent soul true fires. Sure enough, his hands were not damaged at all by the nascent soul true fires. Not only that, his 10 fingers were nimbly tapping on the treasure and the demonic bone, making dull, dang-dang sounds as if there were 10 miniature forging hammers. Although the 10 fingers were small, the strong wind in the air showed that each tap contained a terrifying force. Dugu Feng felt a stinging pain on his skin, and he couldn't help but put up a magic power shield. After several hours, a flat, wide, and deformed meat was suspended in the air. It was thicker than before, and it emitted a strong power of qi and blood. The muscle fibers on it were rhythmically twitching, and rich demonic aura was constantly injected into it. Dugu Feng murmured. Pavilion Master transferred his own flesh and blood into the treasure and let it absorb the demonic aura on its own. It's like a flesh and blood clone. It's really incredible. Lu Kuan controlled the treasure to absorb the demonic aura through his blood essence, and said, Brother Dugu, you should be familiar with the refining of the treasure, but the fusing yuan demonic treasure that I derived is somewhat different from the treasure. Several days later, Lu Kuan put away the prototype of the treasure that had recovered its demonic aura to the early core formation stage. Then, he waved his hand, and a pile of fusing Yuan demonic stones appeared on the broken dragon stone, as well as several weaker level 7 demonic bones. Although he had destroyed the miraculous gate and made a deal with Qian Jingshan, and he had a lot of demonic bones above level 8, the refining method of the fusing Yuan demonic treasure was only a preliminary derivation. The refining process had to be verified repeatedly, and he couldn't afford to waste level 8 materials. Then, under the calcination of Dugu Feng's true fire, the materials were divided into 5 parts. The fusing Yuan demonic stones turned into a black and white liquid, and the demonic bones were divided into gray, black, and purple materials. Lu Kuan's bone claws flashed in the flames, combining the purple materials and the black and white liquid of the fusing Yuan demonic stones. The space in the bone marrow cavity of the treasure is not small because it has to leave space for the internal muscles. But the fusing Yuan demonic treasure is different. It only needs one function, and that is to store demonic energy in a static state. In the battle of the bone transformation stage, in addition to demonic energy, blood essence is also equally important. Demonic energy ensures the existence of the body's source strength, while blood essence provides long-lasting strength and the body's recovery ability. While storing blood essence and demonic energy, it also needs to use the characteristics of the fusing Yuan demonic stone. Then, there's only one structure that can meet the requirements, and that is the end of the long bone, the structure of pure bone. Under the tremor of the power of the void and the kneading of the bone claws, a fist-sized ball gradually took shape. It was densely packed with fine particles of 3 different colors. This kind of pure bone had a loose structure like a miniature beehive. Blood essence could be stored in it. Using the fusing Yuan demonic stones to construct the beehive, it could be in contact with demonic energy at all times, fully displaying its compatibility with demonic energy. Then, Lu Kuan grabbed the black material. Under the effect of the power of the void, it turned into a thin layer of dense bone material, wrapping around the outside of the bone. Brother Dugu, divine sense as one. The peak of the middle nascent soul stage divine sense soared into the sky and began to carve a miniature array on the inside of the bone layer. In addition to the spirit array to stabilize the demonic energy, there was also an energy storage array. This was the core of the fusing Yuan dual nascent souls that could store demonic energy. While carving the array, Lu Kuan spat out a mass of silver blood essence mixed with some demonic energy, sinking into the unformed ball of bone. Without the support of the life force, the demonic energy exuded an astonishing destructive power. The miniature beehive-like bone emitted bursts of crackling sounds, as if it was being destroyed by the destructive power. Lu Kuan had already expected this. This was his first time refining, so he needed to adjust 2 key points during the refining process. The first was the distribution of the materials of the beehive. He needed to ensure the compatibility of the fusing Yuan demonic stone, so it could be evenly distributed. The second was the combination of the array of the dense bone layer. These miniature arrays were located on the inside of the dense bone and couldn't be carved with fingers. Lu Kuan's power of the void had to coordinate with the adjustment of the inner bone layer, so he needed to use his divine sense to carve. Lu Kuan was multitasking while refining the fusing Yuan demonic stone. Fortunately, he had the help of Dugu Feng's divine sense, which made it much easier for him. In this way, half a month passed. After consuming 3 complete sets of 7th grade demonic bones and a large amount of demonic materials, Lu Kuan held a gray ball slightly larger than a fist in his hand. It emitted a strong aura of blood essence and demonic energy. Lu Kuan's face lit up. He could clearly feel that this ball stored half of his demonic energy and blood essence. Dugu Feng sat cross-legged to the side, recovering the demonic energy in his body. He looked at the ball and the corner of his mouth twitched. The materials he had consumed during this period of time could be exchanged for at least 10 demonic treasures. The Pavilion Master had created the body refinement lineage, so it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of resources. At this moment, Dugu Feng suddenly felt a heart-palpitating aura appear. Before he could react, Lu Kuan's burly body blocked in front of him. The gray ball in his hand emitted a dizzying silver light. Boom, boom, boom. An extremely terrifying destructive power surged out, and the fusing Yuan demonic stone that they had worked so hard to refine actually exploded. Chapter 976. The room in the steeple was a mess. All kinds of materials and black debris were scattered around. The light screen of the restriction on the wall was extremely dim. A dignified woman with a cold aura suddenly appeared outside the room. However, after seeing that the person inside was safe and sound, she disappeared into thin air. Lu Kuan stared blankly at his palm. The demonic energy fusing orb that he had just successfully refined had disappeared. At the same time, the flesh on his palm had also turned into ashes, revealing the white, jade-like bones of his hand. Apart from that, there were many small holes on his skin. As the power of qi and blood surged, small pieces of gravel were expelled from his skin and fell to the ground. These pieces of gravel were the materials used to construct the dense layer of bones. Dugu Feng looked at the scene of devastation and the wounds on Lu Kuan's body. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. If not for Lu Kuan blocking in front of him, he would have been completely unprepared and his frail body would have been destroyed. Dugu Feng swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "Pavilion Master, aren't you refining a recovery-type magic treasure?" Lu Kuan did not seem to hear Dugu Feng's words. He muttered, "Impossible. The structure of the cancellous bone has already been perfected. The characteristics of the demonic energy fusing orb are evenly distributed. The mana is very stable. Why would such a terrifying destructive power erupt when I absorb the mana? It's much stronger than when I'm in the state of cultivation." Not long ago, when the demonic energy fusing orb was successfully refined, Lu Kuan tried to absorb the mana stored in it. Who knew that his action would directly ignite the mana and cause such a violent destructive power to erupt? After thinking for a moment, Lu Kuan said in a low voice, "Brother Dugu, recover your mana. We will continue refining." "But, Pavilion Master," before Dugu Feng could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Kuan. "Don't worry. From now on, you will stay behind me. If anything happens, I will block it." Hearing this, Dugu Feng immediately shut his mouth and obediently recovered his mana. A few days later, the same gray ball appeared in midair. Dugu Feng, on the other hand, was covered in a thick layer of mana shield, carefully hiding behind Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with golden light. He pushed his golden-eye god art to the extreme and carefully observed the situation inside the demon-melting orb. After an entire day, he finally put away the divine ability and fell into deep thought. With the help of the essence blood in the demon-fusing orb, Lu Kuan discovered that the mana stored in the orb was very stable, just like normal mana. The energy storage and elemental spirit arrays, as well as the characteristics of the demon-fusing orb, all played a huge role. However, as time passed, he gradually sensed that beneath the calmness was a destructive power that had been suppressed to the extreme. Since there was no life force, the mana would turn into a mixture of chaos mana and mana after leaving the body, creating a destructive force. The reason why the mana could damage the magic treasures of immortal cultivators was that the destructive force contained in the energy could enter the magic treasures and destroy them. The mana in the demon-fusing orb was also a mixture of mana and mana. Moreover, due to the honeycomb-like structure of the spongy bone, the contact between the mana and mana was more complete, and the destructive force was more powerful. However, the demon-fusing orb was extremely stable and compatible. Although the destructive force contained in the mana was powerful, it could not be released and had been suppressed all this time. Under Lu Kuan's observation, the power of destruction carried by his incomplete mana had accumulated to the limit in a quarter of an hour. His previous action of absorbing the mana had completely disrupted the stable structure inside, causing the destructive force to erupt rapidly like a volcanic eruption. If he used the blood control technique to activate the essence blood inside, the destructive force would also erupt. Pavilion Master, did the refinement fail this time too? Dugu Feng saw Lu Kuan put away the spiritual eye Goddard and could not help but ask. Lu Kuan sighed and said, although this method can store mana, it can't be absorbed. It can be considered a failure. He looked at the quiet gray ball in his hand and revealed a strange look in his eyes. However, this demon-fusing orb can be used as a one-time, self-destructing magic treasure. Lu Kuan pondered for a moment and said, the power of this self-destructing magic treasure is at most equivalent to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. It won't be of much help to me. Although only my essence blood can be controlled remotely, with another layer of control, the essence blood of other body cultivator disciples may be able to activate it. Dugu Feng recalled the power of the explosion a few days ago and was stunned. That is to say, any body cultivator disciple who has this demon-fusing orb will have a chance to kill an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Lu Kuan shook his head and said, Brother Dugu's thinking is too simple. The demon-fusing orb contains half of my mana and essence blood. It won't be that easy for others to control it accurately. As he spoke, his huge divine sense came out of his body and a beautiful figure flashed by outside the room. Then Lu Kuan let Dugu Feng use the nascent soul real fire again. Lu Kuan's idea was very straightforward. Since the demon-fusing orb's explosive power was so strong that it could be controlled by his essence blood, he might as well refine it into a self-destructing magic treasure that other body cultivators could control. For other body cultivators to control it, it needed stable control. In the previous design, the demon-fusing orb was divided into two layers. One was the cancellous bone that stored the mana inside, and the other was the dense bone shell that was engraved with a miniature array. With the protection of the dense bone shell, disciples below the bone transformation stage could hardly communicate with the mana inside. Therefore, a layer of essence blood was needed as a medium. With the calcination of the nascent soul real fire, Lu Kuan used his own essence blood to outline a layer of capillary network on the surface of the soft bone shell. After a few hours, a magic orb that was densely covered with blood vessels appeared in the air. A drop of silver blood swam in the blood vessels, appearing very agile. Lu Kuan sensed it and nodded gently. As long as others could drive this drop of essence blood into the orb, they could activate the destructive power of the demon-fusing orb. After observing for a while, Lu Kuan said softly, the teleportation array is really convenient. Qing Tian, this kid, is already here. With a move of his divine sense, he opened the restriction of the minaret. Zhao Qing Tian was floating in the air in a green robe, looking very capable. Greetings to Master and Elder Dugu. Lu Kuan said, Qing Tian, come in. I called you here to test a self-exploding magic weapon. Let's see if you can drive it with your essence blood. Zhao Qing Tian was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the center of the room, at the small gray orb that was emitting a rich power of qi and blood and covered with a dense network of blood vessels. He asked curiously, Master, what should I do? It's very simple. Elder Dugu and I will refine a layer of structure similar to a periosteum outside this magic orb. You need to control your essence blood and construct a network of blood vessels according to my method. Yes, Master. Next, Lu Kuan took out the gray material of the demon bone and used it as a periosteum layer to wrap the dense bone shell. At the same time, Zhao Qing Tian stimulated a ball of light green essence blood and poured it into the orb. After studying the artifact spirit root, Lu Kuan had integrated the way of blood control into the body artifact nurturing technique. Under the research of this generation of disciples, their proficiency in refining artifacts with essence blood had greatly increased. Soon, Zhao Qing Tian had constructed a light green network of blood light on the new periosteum layer, which resonated with Lu Kuan's network inside the orb. At this time, The demonic essence melting orb had turned into a gray orb full of green blood vessels. It was mixed with essence blood and demon chi, and its aura was very strange. Zhao Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "Master, the network you asked me to construct seems to be to transfer essence blood to the inner layer." Lu Kuan nodded and said, "That's right." Qingtian, now activate 30% of your essence blood and transfer it to this demonic essence melting orb. See if you can activate the drop of essence blood I left in the dense bone shell in the middle. "Yes, master." Zhao Qingtian patted his chest lightly. Under the operation of his heart, he spat out a ball of dense green essence blood. It emitted a strong chi and blood power, which wrapped around the gray orb and seeped into the network he had constructed. Lu Kuan's figure moved and blocked Zhao Qingtian and Dugufeng behind him. After a long time, Zhao Qingtian's face was pale and sweat appeared on his forehead. He smiled bitterly and said, "Master, your essence blood is too strong. With the strength of my essence blood, it's like an ant trying to shake a tree. I can't activate it all." A golden light flashed in Lu Kuan's eyes. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that when you reach the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm and your blood demon chi reaches the early stage of the core formation stage, the density of your blood will increase greatly. If you activate 50% of your essence blood, you will be able to activate it. When you reach the Bone Treasure Realm, 30% of your essence blood will be enough." Zhao Qingtian asked curiously, "Master, what kind of magic treasure is this? It needs such a strong essence blood to activate it." Lu Kuan chuckled. He opened the restriction of the room and swung his arm. Under his terrifying power, the demonic melting ball shot into the sky like a gray lightning. Then, he communicated with the essence blood inside. Rumble. A silver light suddenly burst out in the sky. A terrifying destructive power exploded. The clouds in the sky were blown up, and a large gap was blown open. The turbulent spirit clouds rolled out endlessly. Dugufeng looked at the sky and revealed a trace of fear. Pavilion Master's judgment is right. The power of this self-exploding magic treasure is comparable to the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Zhao Qingtian opened his mouth wide and said with a dull expression, "Master, do you mean that when I reach the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm, I can activate this self-exploding magic treasure?" Lu Kuan nodded. He looked a little excited. Although the refining of the recovery treasure failed, refining a self-exploding magic treasure like the demonic melting ball was also a big gain. What made him feel excited was that this treasure was completely different from the traditional magic treasure system of immortal cultivation. It was refined by the bone transformation stage body cultivator with the help of the demonic energy in the body. It used essence blood as a trigger medium instead of the spiritual power of the traditional immortal cultivator. If the Bone Treasure Realm body cultivator had this treasure in hand, coupled with the power of the body, it would be a great deterrent to the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, the raw materials are scarce. The 7th level demon bone is too wasteful. If it is refined with the 6th level demon bone, the stored demonic energy will be less. The power should not be weaker than the early stage of the nascent soul realm. This self-exploding magic treasure, let's call it the Ball of Destruction. Chapter 977. Lu Kuan sorted out the refining method of the Sphere of Destruction, recorded it in a jade slip, and put it away solemnly. Zhao Qingtian hurriedly left and went to the Holy Poison Sect's cave to continue cultivating. After seeing the power of the Sphere of Destruction, he couldn't wait to enter the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm. Even Dugufeng was extremely eager for this kind of treasure that could explode instantly. However, he only thought about it. In addition to using powerful blood essence to activate the Sphere of Destruction, it could only be thrown out with the strength of the physical body. With Dugufeng's thin body, he might not even be able to throw it out of the self-explosion range. "Brother Dugu, let's continue." Dugufeng was stunned. "Pavilion Master, are you going to continue trying to refine the magic treasure?" Lu Kuan nodded. "Yes, the sphere of destruction is an unexpected product. Just now, I took the initiative to stimulate the internal blood essence and have a new idea about the structure of the magic treasure. Spirit light flashed in his hand, and two small jade figures, one black and one white, appeared. They were the Rong Yuan twin souls of the miraculous gate. My previous thinking was too simple. After all, magic energy is a unique kind of energy. It can't be handled like ordinary magic power. Dugu Feng looked at the twin souls and couldn't help but say, "Pavilion Master, since magic energy can be separated into magic power and magic power, why not use the twin souls as a reference and refine two, one for magic power and the other for magic power?" Lu Kuan shook his head. The magic power and magic power, separated from the magic energy, need to be retransformed by the physical body to be able to be combined into magic energy. This is no different from absorbing spirit stones and magic stones, and it can achieve the effect of rapid recovery. He continued, "The method I just came up with is to make the magic energy in a half-scattered and half-fused state. In this way, although the power of destruction still exists, it won't explode. The magic energy in this state can also be absorbed by me." A half-fused state. Dugu Feng was a traditional immortal cultivator. This kind of energy characteristic of body cultivators made him confused. He simply didn't answer. Anyway, he just needed to provide the nascent soul true fire. Lu Kuan didn't care. He played with the Rong Yuan twin souls in his hand and paced back and forth. If you create two demonic energy fusing balls, one of them will contain chaos magic power, and the other will contain demonic energy. Then, you can create a structure to connect them. At the connection point, there will be a small amount of destruction magic power. If that's the case, magic power and magic power will be separated from each other on one hand and intertwined on the other. Wouldn't that be a semi-fused state? Brother Dugu, please activate your nascent soul true fire. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Kuan took out a 6th grade devil bone. His hands danced as he used his nascent soul true flame to refine it. With his previous experience, Lu Kuan was very familiar with the process this time. In less than half a day, two similar spheres appeared in the air, dragged by the invisible power of the void. Lu Kuan did not stop. He continued to refine the demon bone materials and fusing Yuan magic stone. Gradually, a connecting bone appeared in the middle of the two spheres. This bone was the same as the sphere. It also had a dense honeycomb structure. This double-skulled bone was circular on both sides and connected by a thick and short bone in the middle. It looked like the dumbbell bones in Lu Kuan's original world. The spheres on both sides store magic power and magic power respectively. The bone in the middle is intertwined with the destruction magic power. Let's try it with demonic energy first. As the thought flashed through his mind, Lu Kuan grabbed the materials next to him and began to construct a dense bone layer outside the double-skulled bone. At the same time, he opened his mouth slightly and spat out a ball of essence blood containing demonic energy. Brother Dugu, divine sense as one. Next, Lu Kuan constructed the dense bone layer on the outside, just like he did with the destruction ball. At the same time, he looked for the best combination of spell formations and the structure of the cancellous bone. As the demonic energy and the fusing Yuan magic stone intertwined, Lu Kuan soon discovered that the internal honeycomb structure was not much different from the previous structure. It was easy to complete. The demonic energy stably stayed in the honeycomb structure of the backbone. However, the demonic energy gathered in the backbone and was difficult to separate. If Lu Kuan forcibly urged the demonic energy to separate, then the magic power and magic power would be directly separated. It would not be the half-separated, half-fused state that he had imagined. After discovering this, Lu Kuan tested it in his body and frowned. The cultivation state of the demonic energy can be said to be a half-separated state. In the body, the demonic energy is completely under my control. If it leaves the body, then I need other foreign objects to help the demonic energy stay in this state. While thinking, Lu Kuan saw the black and white jade figurine on the broken dragon stone, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The demonic energy is half separated, which means that its magic power and magic power attributes are separated. Why don't the black and white materials of the fusing Yuan magic stone be stripped and smelted for the two spheres on both ends of the double skull bone? The fusing Yuan magic stone was black and white. The white part was the spiritual power attribute, and the black part was the magic power attribute. The fusing twin souls were refined with two different attributes. Referring to the structure of the fusing Yuan magic stone, one could activate the magic power of the demonic spirit primordial chaos technique. The backbone in the middle of the double-skulled bone was the intersection point of the power of destruction. Then, only the backbone needed to be integrated with the complete fusing Yuan magic stone. The spheres on both ends corresponded to the magic power and magic power attributes, and the fusing Yuan magic stone had to be separated into different attributes. Then, Lu Kuan re-refined the materials on both ends of the double skull bone. Like the fusing twin souls, the two ends of the double skull bone were black and white respectively, corresponding to the magic power and magic power attributes. After injecting his demonic energy into it and sensing it, Lu Kuan revealed a half-happy, half-worried expression. Although the demonic energy is still concentrated in the backbone, the magic power and magic power inside are already showing signs of loosening and separation. It's as if they can be separated with a little more force. Right? Wouldn't it work if I engraved auxiliary arrays on both ends to attract magic power and magic power? Lu Kuan, who was proficient in refining, quickly came up with a solution. He stopped refining and asked Dugu Feng to control the fire so that the double skull bone was in a half-softened state. Then, he lowered his head and pondered. The demonic energy in my body is rather special. The magic power it separates belongs to the 5 elements. So, I need to engrave a miniature array that can attract the 5 elements. But there doesn't seem to be any cultivation method that can combine the 5 elements in the immortal cultivation world. After all, cultivators with the spiritual roots of the 5 elements have a slim chance of breaking through to the building foundation stage. Wait, I have a jade slip related to the power of the 5 elements in my hand. Lu Kuan's expression changed, and he took out a jade slip. The chaotic 5 elements array was an ancient array that was collected by the miraculous gate. The J-Bone Devilman's 5 elements array describes how to integrate the power of the 5 elements into magical equipment and enhance the latter's control over the spiritual energy of the world. As for the chaotic 5 elements array, it describes how to absorb the chaotic and violent spiritual energy of the 5 elements and transform it into a type of 5 elements array. The more chaotic the spiritual energy of the 5 elements is, the more powerful the array will be. Therefore, the chaotic 5 elements array of the ancient era was used by immortal transformation stage cultivators to exchange pointers. The more chaotic the spiritual energy is, the stronger the array will be, and the harder it will be for the fluctuations of the battle to spread out. His consciousness surged, and he focused on studying the part of the chaotic 5 elements array that absorbed the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. Several hours later, Lu Kuan tried to modify one of the arrays into a miniature array that could attract the 5 elements based on his understanding of the 5 elements array. As for whether it would work, he still had to test it out. The consciousness of the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage soared into the sky. Lu Kuan used the method of combining consciousness and consciousness to slowly engrave a complicated pattern on the white ball of bones. At the same time, he injected his demonic energy into the semi-finished double-skulled bone. After failing about 10 times, Lu Kuan finally felt that the spiritual energy within his demonic energy was attracted by the white ball of bones. If he hadn't suppressed it, the spiritual energy would have directly separated from his body. Lu Kuan was extremely excited. Very good. Now that the array to attract the spiritual energy has been solved, the demonic energy side is much simpler. The attribute of his demonic energy was also different from ordinary demonic energy. It was blood essence demonic energy. Blood essence demonic energy needs to be guided by the essence of flesh and blood. As for the amount of flesh and blood, I have to test it out to ensure that it reaches a balance with the 5-element array. Lu Kuan used the blood essence transfer method to force out a drop of blood essence. It sank into the black ball of bones and transferred the essence of flesh and blood into it. Time passed day by day. More than a month later, a brand new double skull bone appeared in Lu Kuan's hands. At the two ends of the bone was a black and white ball the size of a fist. The black ball was wrapped in a layer of black muscle. It squirmed slightly and looked somewhat sinister. It emitted a rich aura of blood essence and demonic energy. The white ball at the other end was engraved with complex spiritual patterns. The spiritual energy in the vicinity seemed to be attracted and had a tendency to gather over. The middle of the double skull bone was gray. Traces of heart-palpitating destructive aura flowed in the middle. The double skull bone had been successfully refined. The demonic energy inside was also in a half-separated state. He could absorb it at any time. However, the demonic energy inside was only 1,000th of the demonic energy in his body. Lu Kuan's expression was grave. He opened his mouth, and the silver blood essence that contained demonic energy climbed onto the bone in the middle and slowly merged with it. 2,000th, 3,000th, the demonic energy in the double-skulled bone slowly increased. 9,000th, 100th, 200th, just as Lu Kuan entered 300th, a sudden change occurred. An invisible force spread out. The double-skulled bone directly broke free from Lu Kuan's hand and floated up on its own. Lu Kuan was stunned. Then, he revealed an expression of disbelief. What's going on? This force, the next moment, the destructive force in the bone exploded. The double-skulled bone cracked and broke into two from the middle. Chapter 978. The steeple room was once again baptized by the power of destruction. However, unlike last time, the power of destruction was not very strong. The materials were only blown to the edge of the wall. Dugu Feng hid behind Lu Kuan with a thick shield of magic power around him. When he saw this scene, he revealed an expression that said, "I knew it." It seemed that refining with the pavilion master meant that he had to be prepared for defense at all times. Lu Kuan looked at the two broken skulls in front of him. His expression kept changing. He muttered, "Although there are some differences, this is definitely the aura of origin power. It actually appeared in these two skulls." In other words, Lu Kuan's eyes bloomed with fanaticism. He waved one hand, and a jade slip appeared out of thin air. Then his divine sense formed a complicated imprint and sank into it. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Dugu, pass on my order. Bring Sky Sword Pavilion's Lin Ming, Meng Qing, and Li Yun to the artifact refining hall at the headquarters." Dugu Feng took the jade slip and looked at the divine sense imprint on it. His expression became serious. The body refining pavilion had the unique mountain of vows. Naturally, it had a special ability. As the owner of the body refining pavilion, Lu Kuan could use a divine sense imprint. Anyone in the body refining pavilion could clearly sense the authenticity of the imprint through the oath restriction in their divine sense. They knew that this was an order from the pavilion master. If they did not follow the order, the divine sense imprint would automatically sense it and feedback it to Lu Kuan. What did the pavilion master discover that made him give such a formal order? Junior brother Lin is proficient in the sword nurturing technique, and his artifact refining skills are better than mine. Meng Qing and Li Yun are both disciples of the Sky Sword Pavilion who are proficient in arrays. This thought flashed through Dugu Feng's mind. He did not dare to delay and turned into a beam of light that shot toward the teleportation array. Lu Kuan then threw a jade slip with a divine sense imprint on it outside the room. You also go and bring Elder Zhu of the Treasure Pavilion and Feng Xiaobo of the Spirit Transforming Pavilion to the Artifact Refining Hall." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Sure who had been hiding by the side to protect Zhang Xian, received the order and vanished from the spot. Lu Kuan held the broken double skulls in his hand and carefully observed the patterns and structure on them. He muttered, "The amount of demon energy infused into the bone is 3%. This is the limit that a grade 6 demon bone material can contain." It was also at this time that the magic energy in the semi-separated state began to surge, inexplicably activating origin energy. This is completely different from battle treasures. Battle treasures can immediately convert my mana into source energy attacks, while the dual skulls can store mana. If I keep the magic energy in the double skulls at a critical point and maintain this state, will it be able to automatically activate the origin energy inside when it receives some kind of stimulation? Lu Kuan looked at the broken bone in his hand as if it was a treasure, his face full of fanaticism. This means that the source energy can be developed into a kind of restrictive power, similar to the immortal cultivator's spell formation. This is a restriction exclusive to the body refinement lineage. Half a day later, other than Lu Kuan, 6 other immortal cultivators appeared in the artifact forging hall. Apart from Dugu Feng, the others were either proficient in spell formations or had great attainments in artifact forging. 2 of the white-haired elders were Meng Qing and Li Yun from the Sky Sword Pavilion. They studied the Tao of arrays and were especially proficient in the study of sword arrays. Even Yulong Fei would look for them to study ancient sword arrays. Lin Ming's attainments in sword nurturing and artifact forging were astonishing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a pure sword intent. In comparison, Dugu Feng, a nascent soul cultivator, was slightly inferior in other aspects. After all, for him, if he didn't focus on cultivation, he wouldn't have the opportunity to advance further. As for Feng Xiaobo of the Spirit Transforming Pavilion, he was also very proficient in spell formations. Moreover, as a sect that once had a soul formation cultivator, he had studied many profound spell formation manuals. Lu Kuan glanced around and said in a low voice, "I've called all of you here this time to study a special restriction together. However, the strength of this restriction is related to the core profundities of body refinement. All of you must swear an oath to not spread it to others, otherwise, your souls will be destroyed." After he finished speaking, Lu Kuan's divine sense emerged from his body and turned into an imprint in the shape of a small mountain. It floated in midair. "Yes, Pavilion Master." The 7 people's expressions were solemn. With the help of Lu Kuan's divine sense imprint, they quickly completed the oath. Lu Kuan nodded lightly and said slowly, "First, I'll let you feel what kind of restriction this is. All of you, use your mana to protect yourselves." Apart from Dugu Feng, who seemed to be deep in thought, the others were confused. They followed Lu Kuan's instructions and activated their mana to protect themselves. Lu Kuan's demon chi surged and stimulated his physical body's origin energy. Physical body's origin energy was divided into 2 forms. One was the passive form. It allowed Lu Kuan to ignore the gravity of the earth and borrow strength from the void to display the most powerful strength of his physical body. The other form was the power of the void. With the radiation of Lu Kuan's physical body's origin energy, everyone felt the air around them tighten, as if there was an invisible force squeezing their bodies from all directions. Those who had never felt physical body's origin energy before revealed looks of disbelief. The appearance of this invisible force was not accompanied by any fluctuations of magic arts. So this was the restrictive power that the Pavilion Master was talking about. It was so strange. Lu Kuan withdrew the power of the void and said, "This is one of the body cultivator's divine abilities, the power of the void. It can be used to display pure strength to any position within 100 feet. This force is similar to the gravity of the earth, invisible and immaterial." Sky Sword Pavilion's Meng Qing heard this and couldn't help but say, "Pavilion Master's physical body's origin energy seems to be similar to the legendary Golden Magnet Heavy Light." Lu Kuan asked curiously, "Golden Magnet Heavy Light? What is that?" Meng Qing stroked his gray-white beard. The golden magnetic heavy light is the invisible magnetic force that the golden magnetic spirit wood naturally contains. As long as one is within the range of the golden magnetic heavy light, a strong gravitational force will be exerted. Especially materials related to the metal attribute, they will be affected even more. At this point, Meng Qing said with a yearning expression, this golden magnet spirit wood is not only a natural restriction treasure, but also a top-grade flying sword material. If it is refined into a flying sword, it can give the latter a golden magnet divine ability, which can restrain almost any artifact that contains metal-related materials. Du Gufeng also knew about this kind of spiritual object. He added, the golden magnet spirit wood is extremely rare, almost extinct. However, this golden magnet heavy light is different from the Pavilion Master's divine ability. It only increases the gravitational force, causing the gravitational force of everything within its range to increase dramatically. Lu Kuan had a new interest in the golden magnetic spirit wood. He pondered and said, if we treat the original power as golden magnetic heavy light, then we need to transfer out this divine ability of body cultivators and create a restrictive formation similar to the golden magnetic spirit wood. Hearing this, everyone understood what Lu Kuan meant. However, their understanding of the physical body's origin energy was negligible, so they didn't know where to start. Lu Kuan took in everyone's expressions and said, if I hadn't accidentally refined a treasure, I wouldn't have this idea. Next, Elder Dugu and I will refine a special artifact. At the same time, I will impart to you all knowledge related to origin energy. Lu Kuan waved his hand, and a pile of rank 6 demonic bones, demonic essence melting stones, and other materials appeared on the ground. He and Du Gufeng began to refine the dual skull. Everyone else watched with rapt attention, listening to Lu Kuan's explanation. A few days later, everyone surrounded a black and white dual skull that was more than a foot long. The auras on both ends were completely different. One end emitted a strong spiritual aura, which had a strong attraction to the surrounding spiritual chi. The other end emitted an evil demonic energy fluctuation, which made people feel a chill in their bodies. As for the backbone in the middle, it emitted a destructive aura. All right, I'm going to activate the demonic energy inside. Use your divine sense to observe carefully. Lu Kuan grabbed the backbone in the middle of the dual skull and spat out a ball of silver blood essence, which wrapped around it. With his first experience, Lu Kuan directly injected 3% of his demonic energy into it. Suddenly, an invisible force was emitted from the dual skull. Lu Kuan was already prepared. He clenched his fists tightly, and at the same time, his origin energy field lingered around him, blocking the radiation of the dual skull's force field. The invisible force that erupted from it was almost 300,000 kilograms. Even if the radiation of this force was very chaotic and without any pattern, it was still extremely lethal to cultivators below the late core formation stage. Seeing this scene, everyone, like Lu Kuan before, revealed an incredulous expression. After Lu Kuan's explanation, they already knew that this force was the product of a physique cultivator entering the bone transformation stage and the integration of the body. In addition to consuming the demonic energy unique to bone transformation physique cultivators, it also had a certain connection with the integration of the body. It could actually be transferred to this bone magic tool. After a moment of silence, everyone began to discuss intensely. Lu Kuan also joined in, explaining some areas and sharing his observations of the origin energy situation. A few days later, everyone finally found some clues as to why this dual skull could produce origin energy. Chapter 979. After everyone finished their discussion, Lu Kuan sighed. I didn't expect the most crucial part to be this miniature 5 elements formation. Attracting the 5 elements spiritual energy is only one of its characteristics. Its actual function is to convert the 5 elements spiritual energy into the grand 5 elements restriction. Meng Qing rubbed the white bone in his hand and said, due to the half-separated state of the demonic energy in the dual skulls, the five elements spiritual energy contained within has become extremely chaotic and violent. Such five elements spiritual energy is perfectly compatible with the key points of the chaotic five elements formation. That's how it was successfully converted into the grand five elements restriction. Speaking of this, he also let out a sigh. Back then, when the miraculous gate took out the chaotic five elements formation to study together with us, the most difficult part was how to convert the five elements spiritual energy into a violent state. After all, only those in the advanced nascent soul stage and above can disturb the yuan qi of heaven and earth and cause the spiritual energy of the five elements to become chaotic. However, the Pavilion Master's demonic energy in the half-separated state directly satisfies this condition. Meng Qing looked at Lu Kuan and his eyes flashed with amazement. The Pavilion Master's body refining technique is truly unique. The attributes of the spiritual energy it contains are actually the five elements. If it's a single, double, or even quadruple element, the dual skulls wouldn't be able to activate the grand five elements restriction. Everyone else had the same expression. In the world of immortal cultivation, not to mention how to cultivate the five element spiritual energy, those with spiritual roots of the five elements would find it extremely difficult to cultivate. They might not even be able to pass the foundation establishment stage. Lu Kuan laughed softly and said, "Now that the body refining pavilion has the method to create weapon spiritual roots, the spiritual roots can be replenished. Other body refining disciples will also be able to cultivate the five elements spiritual energy in the future." Meng Qing let out a regretful expression. The artifact spirit root needed to be obtained from the body refining technique, and it was not fated for him. He shook his head and continued. Other than the five elemental mana, the demonic stone of fusion in the double skulls also allows the five elemental seal to be transmitted smoothly, allowing it to directly converge with the chi and blood on the other end. The black bones where the blood essence and magic power are located are where the origin energy is activated. Lu Kuan nodded. Physical body origin energy is the product of the physical body's integration, so it naturally relies on the physical body to display it. The black bone ball contains the essence of my flesh and blood, which provides a medium for the production of origin energy. The power of the major five elements restriction and the chi, blood, and demonic chi were agitated and transformed by the elemental spirit formation. This was a coincidence that the origin energy was stimulated. However, because the elemental spirit array on the double skulls was not designed to stimulate the origin energy, the direction of the origin energy was disorderly, and it even spread inwards, thus shattering the structure within the skeleton and destroying the semi-separated state of the magic energy, causing the power of destruction to erupt. Since I've already discovered the reason for the formation of origin energy, I can deduce it in the direction of the restriction formation. Lu Kuan looked at a young man in blue robes. This person was Feng Xiaobo of the Spirit Transforming Pavilion. This guy had barged into the place where Lu Kuan was undergoing his tribulation and was almost killed by Shirtin. He asked, "Xiaobo, you know the most books on formations. Do you have any suggestions?" Feng Xiaobo had seen the terrifying scene of Lu Kuan's tribulation and had an instinctive fear of this Pavilion Master. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Pavilion Master, to create a new restriction formation, there are actually only two problems to solve. One of them is the energy source of the restriction formation. From the results of our discussion, the energy source of the origin energy restriction is the semi-separated demonic chi that the Pavilion Master injected. It is this energy that provides the frenzied five elements magic power, which activates the major five elements restriction. It agitates with the blood essence and demonic chi to produce origin energy. This process constantly consumes demonic chi. For the restriction formation, its energy is automatically generated by absorbing heaven and earth spirit chi or spirit stones and demonic stones. If the Pavilion Master needs to constantly inject demonic chi, then it can only be considered a magic weapon." Feng Xiaobo paused here and revealed a bitter smile. The Pavilion Master's demonic chi is a mixture of 5 elements magic power and blood essence demonic chi. There are almost no cultivation methods to refer to the transformation of 5 elements magic power, and blood essence demonic chi is even more unheard of. So the difficulty of this problem lies in how to generate 5 elements magic power and blood essence demonic chi on its own. Lu Kuan pondered and said, "This is not difficult." As he spoke, he took out a deformed piece of meat wrapped in grayish-black muscles. The muscles on it squirmed slightly, and the demonic chi in the surroundings spontaneously gathered. This is a weapon exclusive to bone transformation stage body cultivators. One of its characteristics is that it can absorb demonic chi on its own and transform it into demonic chi to nourish and repair itself. Except for the 2 nascent soul stage sword cultivators and Zhu Siming, everyone else's eyes were incomparably surprised. This brick that looked like some kind of deformed creature was actually a magic weapon. The inside of the magic weapon is pure demonic chi. But in order to transform it into demonic chi, this evil energy, in addition to demonic chi, it also needs to absorb the essence of flesh and blood. This is not difficult to do. As for 5 elements magic power, Lu Kuan thought for a moment and said, if it's just transforming demonic chi, then use 5 elements materials to refine a bone structure. With my flesh and blood as a guide, it can also generate 5 elements magic power. Feng Xiaobo looked at the magic weapon with amazement. Hearing Lu Kuan's affirmative answer, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, in this case, the problem of the energy source is solved. The second problem is the design of the disk array. The solution of the energy source is also a part of the design of the disk array. In addition, the array patterns and structure of the disk array are closely related to the attribute of the restriction power. Speaking up to here, Feng Xiaobo looked at Lu Kuan and said respectfully, Pavilion Master's physical source strength is special. Since it needs to be transformed into restriction power, I would like to ask Pavilion Master to confirm what kind of restriction you want to refine. Defensive, trapping enemies, or offensive restrictions. After confirming this point, we can use it to deduce the refining method of the disk array and then experiment with the arrangement of the array. Lu Kuan shook his head and said, Xiaobo, this is too complicated. You can't judge it with ordinary restriction power. You have to know that physical source strength is essentially an invisible force field. It has no attribute and has nothing to do with the spells of immortal cultivators. He paused and said, you can use the golden magnet heavy light as a comparison. The disk array we want to refine is actually equivalent to golden magnet spirit wood. Feng Xiaobo frowned and said, golden magnet spirit wood? On the side, Zhu Siming heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, I understand what Pavilion Master means. The disk array we refine only needs to have physical source strength. As for how to arrange the restriction array, we only need to combine multiple disk arrays. For the golden magnet heavy light, if there is only one golden magnet spirit wood, then the range of its radiation will be increased by a portion of gravity. But if 2 golden magnet spirit woods are placed next to each other, their gravitational field will be superimposed. 3, 4, depending on the position of the gravitational field superimposed, there will be many more changes to the restriction. Why don't we imitate the golden magnet spirit wood and design a single directional disk array? Through the layout of the disk array, we can change different types of restrictions. Lu Kuan laughed loudly and said, Elder Zhu is right. The elemental spirit formation corresponding to a single direction force field is much simpler. It can increase our success rate. If you imagine my palm as a refined disk array, then after they are intertwined, it will look like this. While speaking, Lu Kuan stretched out his hands, palms facing each other. The 2 forces of the void radiated outwards from his palms and intertwined into a compressive force field in front of his chest. Brother Dugu, control the flying sword to enter this force field and sense it. Dugu Feng nodded and waved his hand. A pale golden longsword shot out at an astonishing speed. However, After entering the force field, its speed suddenly slowed down, as if it had encountered a great resistance. At this moment, Lu Kuan's palms suddenly changed directions, becoming one in front and one behind. His palms faced the tip of the sword and the hilt, respectively. The long sword seemed to have broken free of the resistance and directly pierced Lu Kuan's palms. Lu Kuan grasped the long sword with his 5 fingers and said to everyone, "In the beginning, the 2 force fields on both sides of the long sword exerted pressure on its sides, causing it to experience a great resistance. Later, I changed the direction of the force fields, and the direction of the force fields aligned with the direction of the flying sword's flight. The resistance disappeared. If I remove one of the force fields, the flying sword will either borrow the power of a single force field to increase its speed or be pushed back. These are only 2 disc arrays. The range of effect is small, and the direction of the force fields is somewhat singular. However, if there are 10 disc arrays arranged in all directions, it will be a different story." Everyone was an intelligent person. When they imagined that scene, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The force fields formed by 10 disc arrays were simply a terrifying restriction that combined attack and entrapment. If a cultivator fell into it, the weak would be directly crushed into minced meat by the endless power around them. Powerful cultivators would be trapped by the force fields, unable to move an inch. This restriction was accidentally activated by the power of the primal chaos of 5 elements Great Formation. Let's call it the Great 5 Elements Force Field. Chapter 980. When Feng Xiaobo heard the words Great 5 Elements Force Field, he hesitated and said, "But Pavilion Master, the force field you just displayed, isn't its area of influence a bit too small?" Lu Kuan smiled and said, "Since we've decided to make a force field disk with only one direction, then it's related to the elemental spirit array. Through the minor adjustments of the elemental spirit array, the radiation area can be expanded. Due to the material, the disk can't be as big as the golden magnet spirit would. Therefore, a dozen disks need to be combined together to create a force field area. Elemental spirit array." Feng Xiaobo clasped his hands and said, "The difficulty of the restriction is solved. We can make the disk now." He pondered for a moment and said, "I suggest that Pavilion Master make a modification on the basis of the double skulls to achieve self-supply of energy. The design of the structure will be more convenient for the radiation of the force field. We can discuss the structure of the disk first." Meng Qing stroked his beard and said, "The force field is created by the Great 5 Elements Restriction Force and Qi Demon Qi, and the Great 5 Elements Restriction Force can't be separated from the Demon Qi. Therefore, the new disk is mainly divided into 3 parts, which store the 5 elements Magic Qi, Demon Qi, and Qi Demon Qi. As for the structure," Lu Kuan waved his hand and said impatiently, "Instead of discussing it here, why don't we make it directly? Brother Lin and Brother Dugu will be in charge of controlling the nascent soul true fire. We can discuss every step." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Lu Kuan organized his thoughts and said, "Let's start with the 5 elements Magic Qi. The main function of this part is to absorb the 5 elements Spirit Qi to replenish the consumption of the 5 elements Magic Qi." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a jade stone with a 5-colored luster appeared in front of him. 5 elements jade. Everyone was knowledgeable and immediately recognized this famous material. Lu Kuan sighed and said, "When I first started researching battle treasures, I did consider the use of 5 elements materials. Unfortunately, demon bones are the best match for mana. But now, it's just purely converting 5 elements mana, which is much simpler than battle treasures." After that, Lu Kuan used his nascent soul true flame to melt the elemental jade and some other materials into a hollow sphere that emitted a colorful luster. It looked somewhat similar to the bone sphere of the double skulls. Then he spat out a cluster of blood essence, which outlined a network of capillaries outside the half-softened hollow sphere. Because he only needed to convert the mana of the 5 elements, Lu Kuan only made a layer of dense bone structure for this sphere. The capillary network on top was the foundation for transferring flesh and blood to form external muscles. The jade of the five elements was a famous material of the five elements. Its ability to channel the mana of the five elements was even better than Lu Kuan's bones. In the end, under everyone's curious gazes, Lu Kuan transferred part of his flesh and blood essence to the sphere, forming muscle fibers that interweaved into a thick layer of deformed flesh. The disgusting flesh and blood twitched rhythmically as if it had a life of its own. The surrounding spiritual qi gradually reacted and slowly gathered towards it. A trace of unique mana aura appeared on this deformed flesh ball. The Pavilion Master's body refining is really strange. His control over his own flesh and blood is incredible. He can transfer his flesh and blood to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth on its own. Yes, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Everyone felt the mana aura of the five elements, and they were all amazed. Lu Kuan said, "This five elements meatball is the outer layer of the double skull's white bone sphere. It replenishes the mana of the five elements inside." Zhu Siming suddenly said, "The mana of the five elements can be absorbed and produced on its own. Then, we still need to carve the control formation of the chaotic five elements formation here. Then, we can control the activation of the great five elements restriction and thus the activation of the force field restriction." Lu Kuan pondered and said, "That's right. Then we'll start refining from here. Next is the white bone sphere of the double skulls, where the mana of the five elements is stored." Zhu Siming added, "Fellow Meng and I have already finished deriving the miniature formation to control the mana of the five elements. However, how to replace it with the formation in the double skulls is still under the Pavilion Master's control." Lu Kuan nodded lightly. He waved his hand, and the five elements meatball landed on his shoulder. The muscle fibers on it continued to twitch, trying to find the most efficient way to absorb the mana. Then Lu Kuan took out a level 5 demonic bone. It was a white bone sphere used to store mana. The refining method was similar to that of the double skulls. The inside was a beehive-shaped ball of bone, and the outside was a dense outer layer. There were two differences. One was the miniature formation carving on the dense outer layer of bone. After some discussion, they removed the elemental spirit formation here and replaced it with a miniature formation that controlled the mana of the five elements. Originally, the elemental spirit formation here was carved to stabilize the mana in the half-separated state. Now, this was the activation point of the great five elements restriction. The more violent the mana of the five elements, the better. The other part was on the outer layer of bone. Lu Kuan added a layer of capillary network to act as the connection point between the five elements meatball and the double skulls, facilitating the transmission of the mana of the five elements. After crafting the white bone ball, Lu Kuan went to the core area in the middle. This was where the mana was stored in a semi-separated state. The crafting process was no different from before. The only difference was that Lu Kuan had adjusted the elemental soul array to strengthen the stability of the mana. Finally, it was the black bone sphere where the mana of qi and blood was stored. At this point, Lu Kuan stopped and let Dugu Feng and Lin Ming maintain the intensity of their nascent soul true fire so that the double skulls were in a half-softened state. He frowned and said, "The place where the mana of qi and blood is stored is where the force field is activated. In addition to refining a layer of mana of the meatball, we also need to adjust the elemental spirit formation to ensure that the force field radiates the widest range." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Although the elemental spirit formation originated from the psychic puppet technique, after old Monster Pang used it on the Jade Bone humanoid devil, there were changes. Later, when Lu Kuan entered the bone transformation stage, he modified the elemental spirit formation through the operation of his physical body's source strength. This was a kind of bone transformation stage body cultivator's bone transformation stage body cultivator's bone transformation stage body cultivator. Others simply couldn't get started. While making the force field radiates as wide as possible, we also need to ensure the strength of the force field. Lu Kuan pondered, his hands sometimes clenched into fists, sometimes into palms, and sometimes into claws. Not long after, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he continued to refine. As time passed, everyone discovered that the shape of the black bone ball that Lu Kuan refined this time was very different from the previous one. It was a semi-concave honeycomb structure, as if a piece of the black bone ball had been dug inwards. Lu Kuan said as he constructed a dense outer layer of bone on the outside. This is similar to a kind of bone structure around the knee, called the intercondylar fossa. However, compared to the intercondylar fossa, the concave part 1 refined is more uniform. The force field that is emitted like this will radiate outwards in a hemispherical shape. Moreover, due to the shape of the intercondylar fossa, the force field's arc will converge inwards. The power will be relatively concentrated and not scattered. The elemental spirit formation won't be too complicated, although everyone didn't know what the intercondylar fossa looked like. When they scanned the connecting part of their knee and thigh bones with their consciousness, they revealed a look of understanding. The elemental spirit formation that Lu Kuan inscribed only required the activation of the power of the void, not a combat skill, so it was completed very quickly. After a careful inspection, he took out the demon bone and began to refine the ball of flesh that could convert chi, blood, and demonic energy. No, it should be called a flesh ring. This was the activation point of the force field, so the intercondylar fossa had to be exposed. Therefore, Lu Kuan refined a circular bone structure. After transferring the flesh and blood to it, it formed a deformed flesh ring. Lu Kuan exhaled and said in a deep voice, "You too, maintain 30% of your nascent soul true fire." He waved one hand. Under the effect of the power of the void, the 5 elements flesh ball and the demonic energy flesh ring fell on the 2 half-softened ends of the dual skulls. Lu Kuan forced out 2 masses of blood essence at the same time to assist the fusion of the 2 sides. Gradually, a strange object that was wrapped in flesh and blood at both ends and shaped like a bone in the middle appeared in front of everyone. Lu Kuan held the bone and poured his demonic energy into it bit by bit. After carefully sensing the state of the demonic energy inside, he sighed in relief and said, "For this formation plate, only a small amount of demonic energy is left." He then looked at the wriggling flesh and blood at both ends. The surrounding spiritual energy and demonic energy were slowly absorbed into it and converted into magic power and demonic energy, respectively. However, the formation of chi, blood, and demonic energy was still absorbing the essence of the flesh and blood he put inside. As time passed, the demonic energy in the half-separated state gradually reached a saturated state. Due to the existence of the 5 elements control formation, the force field did not erupt. This control formation originated from the 5 elements chaos formation. The activation method was the same as the traditional restriction formation. It was either activated by a spell or activated by a related trigger formation. Because the formation plate contained Lu Kuan's blood essence, he could also activate it with his blood essence. You guys prepare your defensive measures. I will try to activate it. If my calculations are correct, the strength of the force field is at the early core formation stage. Seeing that everyone had put up their magic shields, Lu Kuan's mind moved. The indentation of the formation plate quickly spewed out a formless force field, and a huge force was blasted out. Other than Lin Ming and Dugu Feng, the other core formation stage cultivators' magic shields all flashed violently. Many people were even sent flying more than 10 feet away, and their protective auras were on the verge of collapse. Cough, cough. This is an attack at the peak of the core formation stage. Pavilion Master, your judgment is wrong. Fortunately, I used my magic treasure to defend. The lowest level of cultivation here was at the middle core formation stage. After the force field was released, it was shut down by Lu Kuan, and no one was injured. The range is 10 feet, and the strength of the attack has reached 200,000 pounds. Lu Kuan seemed to have discovered something. He frowned and said, "Level 5 demonic bone material. Logically speaking, it corresponds to the early bone treasure stage. A normal body cultivator at this stage has a strength of around 100,000 pounds. Previously, when I tested it with the level 6 double skulls, it exploded with a strength of 300,000 pounds. That was not normal. It matched my strength at that stage. Could it be because it contained the essence of my flesh and blood? As if he had figured something out, Lu Kuan ignored the disheveled faces of the few people and said excitedly, "Next, we will divide up the work and create 10 more of these 5 elements flesh formation plates. After we are done, everyone will be rewarded with elixirs. You have to know that the elixirs at the miraculous gate are useless for body cultivators." Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Chapter 981. Among the several provinces of the state of Chu, the Shiyuan province had the most prosperous cultivation world. In addition to its vast territory, it was also close to the boundless sea and had abundant resources. Among the top 10 sects, 4 of them were stationed in this province. However, the current Shiyuan province had long lost its former prosperity. Many famous mountains and rivers near the sea had lost their pure spiritual qi and were replaced by extremely rich pale, yellow demon qi. The roars of all kinds of unknown beasts rose and fell one after another. On this day, in a large mountain range to the west of the Shiyuan province, a large number of restriction lights flickered, dividing the mountain range into dozens of regions, exuding the unique aura of a forbidden formation. The roars of countless wild beasts and the screams of human cultivators filled the mountain range. Demonic qi and all kinds of colorful spells flashed incessantly. At the very center of the mountain range, there were a few more terrifying auras surging incessantly. Through the hazy, forbidden light curtain, the fierce battle between the demonic beasts and cultivators could be seen. With the help of the formation, the cultivators barely blocked the attacks of the demonic beasts. Just as the battle between the two sides reached its climax, a large amount of demon qi suddenly gushed out from the periphery of the mountain range. The thick demon qi even dyed half of the sky yellow. The ground rumbled and shook. Countless demonic beasts rushed to the center of the mountain range, roaring excitedly. There were also 2 incomparably profound auras inside. This is impossible. The main forces of your demon clan are obviously attacking the Scorching Sun sect. How did they come here? An incredulous voice came from the center of the mountain range. A rough voice laughed wildly. "Ha ha! We demon clan can also use the diversion tactic. Old man, the end of your heavenly talisman sect has arrived. Hey, this talisman, boom!" A terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from the center of the mountain range. 2 rays of light, one green and one yellow, quickly shot out and flew in the direction of no demon qi. In the mountain, without any demon qi, 2 figures filled with demon qi suddenly flew out and intercepted them, as if they had been lying in ambush for a long time. The 2 figures, one green and one yellow, had no choice but to fight. The demonic beasts on the periphery also rushed into the various areas of the mountain range with flickering restrictions. The cultivators inside were like trapped beasts, and the battle suddenly became fierce. If there were other cultivators from Chu here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. This mountain range was the location of one of the 10 great sects of Chu, the Heavenly Talisman sect. Based on the current situation, the Talisman Gate would be besieged by a large number of demons and was in imminent danger. Somewhere in the mountain range of the Heavenly Talisman sect, there were 3 green-furred demonic wolves inside a restrictive light screen. Each of them was 3 meters long and several feet tall. Their long green fur had a metallic luster to it. Surrounded by them was a man and a woman. The man's appearance was ordinary, but his skin emitted a faint golden light. His entire body was filled with an extremely sharp aura. It was obvious that he had cultivated some kind of metal attribute cultivation method. The woman beside him had a beautiful face. She wore a fiery red dress and had a proud figure. Her entire body exuded a scorching aura. They were the famous core formation and talisman crafting grandmasters of Chu, Golden Peak, and Fire Lady. Facing the 3 fifth-grade demonic wolves that were shuttling back and forth, they didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, they casually formed hand seals. A golden longsword and a flame fan danced around. Occasionally, they would release a few talismans. What was even stranger was that the 3 fifth-grade demonic wolves were obviously faster and could dodge the magic treasures. However, they took the initiative to use their bodies to block the magic treasures. Their sharp claws bombarded the magic treasures, and their long green fur welcomed the talismans. At the same time, they bared their teeth and let out roars of excitement and fury. However, their eyes were very languid. It was completely inconsistent with their roars. It was very strange. At this time, the nascent soul cultivators outside exclaimed. Fire Lady's spirit was aroused. She said, "Old Gold, can we retreat now?" As she spoke, she looked at a simple spell formation behind her. Golden Peak shook his head and said, "Junior Marshall's sister, under normal circumstances, when we're in a desperate situation, we should overdraw our Jindan and fight back with all our might. The battle should be even more intense." Fire Lady was stunned. She said somewhat languidly, "That makes sense." As they spoke, their aura suddenly increased. The light of their magic treasures shone brightly. They threw out another 10 or so talismans. However, they were all mid-grade and top-grade talismans with ordinary power. The 3 green-fur demonic wolves seemed to be very cooperative. Their roars were mixed with a bit of pain. They looked at Golden Peak and Fire Lady proudly. Golden Peak and Fire Lady seemed to have unleashed their strength. However, their expressions were still very relaxed. They were still communicating with each other through telepathy. Fire Lady transmitted her voice, "Old Gold. After all these years of contact, land demonic beasts of the 2nd grade and above are much more intelligent than sea demonic beasts of the same grade. Even so, they're still suppressed by the sea demonic beasts?" Golden Peak replied, "Junior Marshall's sister, although most of the sea demonic beasts will only gain intelligence after they reach the 8th grade, the number of sea demonic beasts is extremely shocking. Under the leadership of the 8th grade sea demonic beasts, the land demonic beasts who are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers will not be able to resist. In addition, the Flood Dragon clan and some unique sea demonic beasts also gained intelligence at the 2nd grade. The land demonic beasts in the sea can only be ruled by the sea demonic beasts. If not for this, they would not have chosen to cooperate with us." Fire Lady nodded slightly. She looked at the restrictions around them and sighed. The Star Moon Pavilion is indeed a great formation sect. They can even set up such an unorthodox illusion formation. However, Senior Marshal Brother, is it true that the sea demonic beasts in the dark cannot see through this illusion? Golden Peak glanced at the demonic wolves that were howling with all their might. He nodded slightly and said, "I heard from Marshal Uncle that the sea demonic beasts sent by the sea demonic beasts are Mirage Spirit's sea demonic beasts. These demonic beasts have a special bloodline. Not only are they extremely intelligent, but they are also naturally proficient in illusions. However, even the 9th grade Mirage Spirit sea demonic beasts might not be able to see through an illusion formation at the level of a forbidden formation, let alone a demonic beast with a special bloodline like the Mirage Spirit sea demonic beasts that are only at the 8th grade. Fire Lady revealed a curious look and said, "Senior Marshal Brother, why did we and the land demonic beasts put on such a show for the sea demonic beasts to see?" Golden Peak looked serious and interrupted, "Junior Marshal sister, don't ask too much. When the time is right, the 2 Marshal uncles will naturally tell us. All right, we can leave now." Then he said to the demonic wolves, "3 demonic brothers, we will meet again someday." Hearing this, the demonic wolf with the weakest aura narrowed its eyes and pounced. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the golden sword. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through its neck from the side. The demonic wolf's aura withered and it fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the wound in its mouth and quickly dyed its green fur red. The other 2 demonic wolves also fell to the ground. In the process of forcibly withstanding the magic treasures and talismans, they had already sustained many wounds on their bodies. It was as if they had won a bitter victory after a fierce battle. Jin Feng and Hua Meinyang paused in shock. They didn't take back their treasures. Instead, they threw 2 blood-stained long robes and a few storage bags, then stepped into the teleporting formation behind them. In the next moment, their figures and the patterns of the formation all disappeared. The spiritual light of the forbidden formation that enveloped them also dissipated, revealing 3 demonic wolves licking their wounds and their blood-stained robes. As time passed, the spiritual light in various parts of the mountain range gradually disappeared, revealing the tragic scene inside. Almost all of the Heavenly Talisman sect's disciples were eaten clean by the demonic beasts. Apart from the nascent soul cultivator who was besieged by several transformed demonic beasts in the sky, there were only a few streaks of light that escaped from the mountain range at an astonishing speed. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Chapter 982. In the clouds, dozens of miles away from the Heavenly Talisman sect, a half-human, half-fish creature floated. Its body was slender, and its lower body was shaped like a fishtail. It was covered with dark green scales, and its tail had several yellow fish bones that were as thick as a finger. There were also many small barbs on the fishtail, which made people shudder. The creature's upper body was like that of a beautiful woman. Its chest was covered with a layer of dark green scales, while the rest of its body was pale white. From afar, it looked like a young girl's skin was as white as snow. On its head were short yellow hair that looked like steel needles, extending from the top of its head to its back. Under its green vertical pupils, there was a tall nose, and its pale yellow lips were densely covered with some kind of complicated pattern. A unique fluctuation, along with trembling mist, constantly gushed out of its mouth and lingered around its body. This creature was the famous mirage spirit sea demon of the Sea Demon clan, who had a unique illusion technique. Great Elder is right. The cunning of this group of old demons is no less than that of the human clan. They have been fighting for so many years and have always been reckless and cruel. At this time, they suddenly played a dirty trick, catching the human clan off guard. Once the Heavenly Talisman sect is destroyed, the low-lying southwest coast of the Shiyuan state will completely fall into our hands. After that, we will activate the Thousand Tide Formation, and the tide will drown this land, causing the internal sea and the Shiyuan Shi of heaven and earth to gradually merge. As long as the entire Shiyuan state becomes an ocean, with Great Elder's cultivation, he will definitely be able to surpass the young clan leader and enter the Demon King realm. At that time, the Flood Dragon clan will... this aura, just as the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon was thinking, the bloodline in her body throbbed, and her early nascent soul divine sense probed towards the inland. At the edge of her divine sense range, 2 men and a woman appeared. The leader was a short-haired man with a burly body, and his body emitted a faint white light. He was only at the early core formation realm, and on his head was a little monkey with golden hair and no demonic aura. Behind him was a young man with an ordinary appearance, but his cultivation was not weak at the late core formation realm. As for the third woman, she was very eye-catching. Her skin was white and her features were beautiful. She was tall and slender, and her cultivation level was the highest. She was at the peak of the completion level. However, the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon was not interested in these 3 people. Her divine sense was focused on a white spirit fox on the shoulder of the beautiful woman. It's a phantom fox. The towering green scales on the chest of the illusory Spirit Sea Demon rose and fell incessantly, and its vertical pupils flashed with pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to encounter the nearly extinct phantom spirit fox on my first trip inland. Furthermore, it's at the peak of the 7th rank. If I devour it, I might be able to awaken the true heavenly fox bloodline. The water mist outside the phantom spirit sea demon's body surged. Its entire body slightly shook and turned into an invisible ripple, flying towards a distance. At the same time, the white spiritual fox's hair stood on end, as if it was facing a great enemy. The beautiful woman seemed to have sensed something. Her lips moved slightly, as if she was saying something. Then, the three of them hurriedly merged into one and fled into the distance. TSK, TSK. It also sensed my bloodline. A mere core formation stage, Cultivator wants to escape from my palm. I haven't tasted a human gold core formation stage Cultivator for a long time. The Phantom Spirit Sea Demon stuck out a small pink tongue and licked its lips. From its slightly open mouth, a circle of dense sharp teeth could be vaguely seen, which made people feel a chill. Although the three core formation stage cultivators were not slow, they were still slower than a level 8 demonic beast. After chasing for more than 50 miles, the Phantom Spirit Sea Demon's faintly discernible escape light arrived behind the three of them. Its pale yellow lips curled up slightly, and countless lines on it twisted, spitting out a wave-like yellow halo, which shrouded the front. The three cultivators trembled and stopped abruptly. The escape light shield seemed to be affected and trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. The Phantom Spirit Sea Demon's eyes flashed with a playful look. The demonic spiritual power in her body surged, and the short yellow hair on her head turned into dozens of flying needles and shot forward. The demonic spiritual power of a level 8 demonic beast was no less than the power of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Before the flying needles attacked, the powerful aura had completely suppressed the trembling escape light of the core formation stage cultivators, revealing the figures inside. The man and woman with the higher cultivation level had a serene look on their faces, as if they had fallen into some kind of illusion and did not realize the danger they were in. The burly man with the lower cultivation level had turned around at some point. He did not seem to be affected and looked at the Phantom Spirit Sea Demon with great interest, as if he had seen a rare treasure. A silver vortex appeared in front of his chest out of thin air, and a terrifying suction force was emitted from it. The dozens of flying needle-like powerful attacks were sucked into the vortex with a slight tremble. Then, they turned into a mass of yellow light and circled around the burly man's body before turning back at an even faster speed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The Phantom Spirit Sea Demon did not expect such a change at all. Caught off guard, she was directly hit by her own hair needles, and a series of crisp sounds were heard. The burly man clicked his tongue and said, "The Phantom Spirit Sea Demon's illusion technique is really interesting." She actually attached the technique to a high-frequency sound wave. I'm afraid that even the mana shield of a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to block the invasion of this illusion technique. Originally, Lou's target was the old bear. I didn't expect to meet the Phantom Spirit Sea Demon. His luck is good. When the Phantom Spirit Sea Demon heard the other party's words, she felt a bone-piercing chill. Although her attack was very ordinary and any nascent soul stage cultivator could withstand it, the illusion technique she released before was her innate ability. Even a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator would be affected if they were not aware of it. The person in front of her did not seem to have any signs of being affected by the illusion technique. This level of spiritual sense was at least at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. He said that his target was the old bear. Could it be the 8th level sea bear that was fighting in the Heavenly Talisman sect? This person's spiritual sense is powerful. He must have discovered my investigation and lured me here. Could it be that the other two are also thinking of this? The Phantom Spirit Sea Demon swung her fishtail. Powerful demon's spiritual power surged, and her whole body was wrapped in a thick mist. However, just as she was about to activate her escape technique, she felt that the air around her had become viscous. An invisible and terrifying brute force was pressing down on her body from all directions. The scales on the surface of her body let out a creaking sound. At the same time, a light flashed, and the burly man appeared in front of her, as if he had teleported. His ordinary and thick palm pressed down on her neck. Although there was no magic fluctuation, the phantom spirit sea demon felt a strange power that made her heart palpitate. It made her feel cold. A strong sense of crisis made the phantom spirit sea demon's light green vertical pupils turn red. The demon's spiritual power in her body boiled. The dense lines on her light yellow lips trembled slightly and split apart. Her lips turned into countless tiny sharp teeth. Her mouth turned into a terrifying mouthpart, which was incomparably terrifying. A dense ripple-like light yellow curtain gushed forward. This formless attack was like countless wind blades, slamming into the burly man's body. On the skin of his foremost palm and arm, dense bloody marks appeared, and one could vaguely see the bones in his flesh. The phantom spirit sea demon's vertical pupils flashed with a look of disbelief, as if she could not believe the scene she saw. Then, the palm with incomplete flesh pressed down on her neck. A suffocating force emerged. Her ferocious mouthpart issued a sharp roar. Her fishtail swayed violently, and the spikes on it stabbed the man's lower abdomen. The phantom spirit sea demon felt her fishtail poke into the soft seabed. But then, the soft seabed turned into hard steel. Her fishtail was stuck in it, unable to move. Without waiting for her to continue struggling, the burly man's other hand turned into a series of afterimages and slammed into various parts of her body. An invisible shockwave passed through her scales and into her body. Her flesh and blood trembled. Her body was incomparably soft. For a moment, she could not summon the slightest bit of physical strength. At the same time, the palm pressed on her neck emitted an invisible force, squeezing in her mouthpart. The sharp roar came to an abrupt end. Chapter 983. Above the mountain range of the Heavenly Talisman sect, a terrifying fluctuation surged in all directions. The dense demon cloud mixed with the strong aura of magic was tumbling endlessly. It seemed that the battle was extremely fierce. But inside the demon cloud, it was exactly the opposite. 6 different silhouettes floated quietly inside the room. 4 of them were half human and half beast. They had the body and face of a human, but some of the characteristics of a demon beast remained. A strong demon aura was emitted from their bodies, supplementing the surrounding yellow demon cloud. The other 2 were a black-haired old man and a hunchbacked old woman. The old man held a disc in his hand, from which strange fluctuations were emitted, supplementing the surrounding demon aura. The old woman would cast a talisman from time to time, stirring up all kinds of powerful magic in the demon cloud. After an unknown period of time, a half-demon man with blue hair suddenly twitched his black wolf nose. He looked to the southeast and said in a hoarse voice, "The smell of seawater mixed with the fishy smell should be that guy Huanyu." The sea race actually arranged a shape-shifting phantom spirit sea demon. His eyes flashed with worry, and he said, "Old man Zhang, will your array work?" The 8th level phantom spirit sea demon is extremely sensitive to illusions. If it is discovered, our plan will completely fail. The black-haired old man chuckled and said, "Fellow Qing Foam, you worry too much. The illusion array of the Star Moon Pavilion has been personally tested by Brother Dowie. Even a late-stage, nascent, soul-stage divine sense would find it difficult to find clues, let alone an 8th level phantom spirit sea demon." Another demon cultivator with a strong body and a bare head said in a deep voice, "It's best if Huanyu comes. As long as she determines the situation of the Heavenly Talisman sect, the sea race will not hesitate to enter in large numbers, and that old guy will also leave the sea. By the way, the disciples of the Heavenly Talisman sect are almost gone, and the 2 fellow Taoists are also. Old wolf, what's wrong with you?" The bear demon looked at the wolf demon next to him, and the latter looked surprised and doubtful. The wolf demon murmured, "Why did Huanyu go inland? He seems to be flying at full speed." Hearing this, the bear demon frowned. "Old wolf, you must be mistaken. The Mirage Spirit Sea Demons are pure members of the Sea Clan. Once they leave the sea, they will feel extremely uncomfortable. It's good enough that they can come here. How can they go further inland? The wolf demon shook his head and said, Barbarian bear, don't you understand my abilities? How could you be wrong? Huanya must have found something very important to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. The black-haired old man struck out another spell to control the formation plate. He said hesitantly, You're saying that the Class 8 sea demon that was monitoring us left the Heavenly Talisman mountain range? The wolf demon man twitched his nose and said slowly, There are still 2 low-level illusory spirit sea demons around. No matter what, we have to continue this show. Fellow Taoists, it's about time. Let's act according to the plan. The black-haired old man and the old woman looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they each took out a talisman that exuded a rich aura of blood essence and slapped it on their bodies. Thick blood essence surged out and wrapped them into a blood ball. It emitted an extremely powerful wave of mana and directly tore apart the demonic aura cloud and shot into the distance. Through the cracks of the demonic aura cloud, the 4 demonic cultivators could be seen flustered and exasperated. They combined their demonic aura and were about to chase after them. But at this moment, an extremely sharp and high-frequency shriek came from afar. Although it was difficult for ordinary people to hear this sound, the 4 demonic cultivators had extremely high spiritual awareness. All of them heard it, and their expressions changed. Huan Yu sound of the ocean tide. This is her trump card. She encountered a strong enemy. It hasn't been long, and Huan Yu has been forced to this extent. Oh no, the sound is asking us for help. No, Huan Yu can't die now. Go, and save her. The 4 demonic cultivators' expressions changed. They ignored the fleeing blood-red light and hurriedly flew in the direction of sound. As demonic cultivators in human form, their speed was not inferior to that of nascent soul stage cultivators. After the light merged, their speed was even more astonishing. They quickly arrived above a mountain range. The bear demonic cultivator looked around and asked in confusion, Old wolf, why aren't we moving? There's no wave of mana here. The wolf demonic cultivator twitched his nose and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He muttered, Huan Yu's aura has mostly disappeared here. Only a very thin bit is left. She went in that direction. As he spoke, he pointed to the east with his sharp claws. She seems to have been captured alive. Then what are we waiting for? Let's chase after her. At this moment, another eagle-beaked demonic cultivator noticed that the wolf demonic cultivator's expression was a little strange. He could not help but ask, Old wolf, what else did you find? The wolf demonic cultivator was silent for a moment. His voice was trembling. In the remnant aura here, I found. Old wolf, when did you become so wishy-washy? The wolf demonic cultivator calmed his heaving chest and took a deep breath. However, the fear in his eyes grew. It's the aura of the giant long-armed ape. When the other 3 demonic cultivators heard this, they were first stunned. Then, they revealed looks of disbelief. Giant long-armed ape. That's impossible. The bloodline of the giant long-armed ape has been extinct since ancient times. How could it appear here? Old wolf, your nose must be spoiled. The wolf demonic cultivator closed his eyes. His black wolf nose twitched again. His voice began to tremble again. This shuddering ancient demonic ape aura is deeply engraved in the bloodline. How could I smell it wrongly? His eyes were filled with fear. There's no remnant demonic aura or battle shockwaves. This giant long-armed ape captured a level 8 mirage spirit sea demon alive. It might be a level 9 existence. A giant long-armed ape of this level has abilities that are not inferior to a level 10 demonic beast. The bear demonic cultivator's body was also trembling slightly. He forced himself to be calm and said, Although the giant long-armed ape's talent is terrifying, it's harder for them to cultivate than us. Moreover, they're on land dominated by humans. With the golden light divine eye and a powerful physical body, the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon's abilities are almost completely restrained. A level 8 giant long-armed ape can still capture Mirage Moon alive. Hearing this, Old Wolf's expression did not ease. He said with a worried expression, "Old Bear, back then, we massacred the Black Mountain ape race for the demonic soul divine wood. They're a branch of the giant long-armed ape bloodline. Do you think this demonic ape will—" Old Bear clenched his hairy hand and grunted. Back then, the humans also interfered. Even if this giant long-armed ape knows, it will definitely attack the humans first. The other two demonic cultivators had gloating looks in their eyes. They did not have any conflict with the giant long-armed ape bloodline. Apart from being shocked, they were also extremely curious. In their bloodline memories, the giant long-armed apes could be said to be the top demonic race. Their abilities were extremely terrifying. However, after the Great War of the demonic race in ancient times, their bloodline was completely severed. They did not expect the giant long-armed ape bloodline to still exist in this world. Old Bear looked around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back. We have to think of a good excuse for Mirage Moon's disappearance. Also, we have to tell that old Kuei bull about the giant long-armed apes." After a pause, he added, "Old Wolf, in 2 days, your tribe should move to the Water Bear Mountain. We can take care of each other." The wolf demonic cultivator looked to the east. A hint of hesitation flashed in the depths of its eyes before it nodded gently. Then the 4 demonic cultivators rode on the demonic wind and returned the way they came. Chapter 984. A few hundred kilometers away from the Heavenly Talisman sect, 3 figures floated in the air. Their bodies were shrouded in a layer of light, hidden in the clouds. The man was tall and sturdy, and a golden-furred monkey was lying on his head. His palms were facing each other, holding a ball made of silver light. Countless formless vortexes were swirling around the ball of light. Within the ball of vortexes, there was a fat green fish. Its back and tail were covered in yellow needle-like spikes. The fish's body was constantly trembling, and its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, was unconsciously opening and closing. Behind the burly man, a man and a woman were curiously looking at the ferocious-looking fish. The 3 of them were Lu Kuan, Feng Yuan, and Feng Xiaobo, who had come here from the Wei Kingdom. Lu Kuan looked into the distance, a hint of caution flashing across his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Jin, who was lying on his head, began to squeak and point in the direction of the Heavenly Talisman sect. Lu Kuan was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "What kind of ability does that wolf demon have? Not only was my aura discovered, but could also detect the bloodline aura of the giant long-armed ape." The little monkey continued to squeak, its face full of resentment. Lu Kuan's expression was cold. "Humph. This wolf demon was also involved in the Black Mountain Ape clan's misfortune back then. These Yao cultivators all know of the giant long-armed ape's reputation. Obviously, they have inherited the bloodline memories. It's best to use them to perfect the body-tempering cultivation technique." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Kuan lowered his head to look at the large fish trapped in the origin energy cage and asked, "Feng Yuan, this is the Mirage Spirit Seed Demon you mentioned before, right?" Feng Yuan nodded lightly, her voice somewhat excited. "Yes, Pavilion Master." A white light flashed from the spirit beast pouch on Feng Yuan's waist as she spoke. Then, a small and delicate white spirit fox scuttled to Feng Yuan's shoulder. Its big blue eyes were suffused with a look of longing, but it was also mixed with a bit of fear. Feng Yuan stroked the soft fur behind the white fox's neck and continued, "Little White possesses some of the bloodline of the Heaven Illusion Spirit Fox. Although the Heaven Illusion Spirit Fox cannot be compared to the long-armed giant ape, it is still very famous among the demon race. As for the Mirage Spirit Sea Demons, they are also demonic beasts that possess the bloodline of the Heaven Illusion Spirit Fox. They are rare in number and usually live in the depths of the outer seas. Who would have thought that one of them would come to the continent, let alone one that has transformed into a human form?" Lu Kuan asked curiously. After this illusory spirit sea demon sensed Xiao Bai's presence, it rushed over regardless of the consequences. "Is Xiao Bai's Heaven Illusion Spirit Fox bloodline also important to it?" Feng Yuan explained, "The more powerful a demonic beast bloodline is, the harder it is to awaken it. No matter if it's a mirage spirit sea demon or a spirit fox like Xiaobai, the bloodline in their bodies is incomplete. If they devour and absorb each other, their bloodline will become even purer. To demonic cultivators, this is an irresistible temptation." Feng Yuan's face was flushed with excitement. If Little White can devour the phantom spirit sea demon's monster core and refine its blood essence, in addition to awakening the Heaven Phantom Spirit Fox's bloodline inheritance, it can even enter the level 8 realm in one go. No wonder this illusory spirit sea demon is so excited. Lu Kuan was deep in thought as he connected the dots with his own situation. From another perspective, he was very similar to these demonic cultivators with unique bloodlines. It was just that he was a human. Lu Kuan had the long-armed demonic ape bloodline. At first, he could only rely on the power of his bloodline to perform the golden eye and the long-armed demonic art. He did not have any other bloodline memories or inheritances. Even when he used the heaven-piercing roar for the first time in the Death Sea Devil Cave, it was also done unconsciously. It was not until he entered the Yuan secret realm and absorbed the new long-armed demonic ape's blood essence that he awakened some of his bloodline memories and learned the terrifying heaven-piercing roar, which greatly increased his strength. It was because of this divine art that he was able to survive the terrifying Thunder Tribulation. Later, Lu Kuan and the Wise Stone Monkey Sr. refined the Mountain of Vows together and merged some of the Wise Stone Monkey's bloodline, causing the Golden Eye to have an additional offensive divine art. From this, it could be seen how important the blood essence of the same bloodline was to demonic cultivators. If they could awaken their inherited memories, it would mean that their strength would increase greatly, and it would be easier for them to break through in the future. Thinking of the offensive divine art derived from the Golden Eye, Lu Kuan sighed in his heart. Without great strength, even if I have these bloodline divine arts, I won't be able to use them. The most important thing now is to perfect the body refining technique and improve my physical body. He composed himself and said, "Feng Yuan, Little White only needs the demonic core and blood essence of the illusory spirit sea demon, right?" "Yes, Pavilion Master." Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, and he said coldly, "Find a safe place. I want to study this transformed demonic beast first." After saying that, a large amount of treasure light gushed out of his body, enveloping Feng Yuan and Feng Xiaobo. He rode his body and bone treasure and shot into the distance. Due to the invasion of the demonic beast race, the small sects and families of Shi Yuan State all moved to the vicinity of the 10 great sects in order to protect themselves. Those areas that were not invaded by the demonic beast race were also quite desolate. Lu Kuan did not spend too much energy. In the east of the Shi Yuan State, near the southern marsh state, Lu Kuan found a valley with suitable spirit chi. After arranging Feng Yuan and the others to set up concealing formations, Lu Kuan came to the river in the valley. He dispersed the original energy cage, and his hand was like a powerful magical treasure, holding the fish head of the illusory spirit sea demon, not caring about the needle-like thorns on the fish head. After the original energy cage disappeared, the illusory spirit sea demon's divine sense was released. It emitted a panicked emotion. "Fellow Taoist, please spare my life. As long as you let me go, I am willing to exchange a large amount of treasures." Lu Kuan ignored that trembling divine sense. His eyes emitted a golden light, and he carefully observed the body of this illusory spirit sea demon, from the scales on the outside to the flesh and bones, and even the internal organs inside. As for shape-shifting level spirit beasts, Lu Kuan had only seen a level 8 turtle spirit beast in the spirit transforming pavilion, Gui Ling who had the bloodline of a black turtle. Now, Gui Ling was an elder of the body refining pavilion, and Lu Kuan would not study her. This illusory spirit sea demon in his hand was the first shape-shifting level spirit beast that Lu Kuan had ever caught. He had to carefully study the life force inside the shape-shifting level spirit beast. Thinking of this, the golden light in Lu Kuan's eyes faded, and he said expressionlessly, "Do you want to live or not?" Hearing this, those dead, fish-like eyeballs of the illusory spirit seed demon suddenly became lively again, and its divine sense surged. "Fellow Taoist, are you willing to let me go?" Lu Kuan said, "Then let's see if you want to cooperate or not. As long as I can do it, fellow Taoist, feel free to tell me." Lu Kuan loosened his grip on the fish head and said, "I want you to slowly change back to your human form. The slower this process is, the better." The illusory spirit seed demon paused slightly, then found that the invisible power that had been suffocating her had disappeared, and her body had regained its freedom. Slow down the process of changing back to human form. The illusory spirit sea demon's fish body twisted uneasily, and an inexplicable look flashed in her eyes. What is this person trying to do? I heard that there are many perverts in the human race who covet the females of the sea race. Could this person be one of them? Lu Kuan didn't know what the illusory spirit sea demon was thinking. He frowned and said, "What's wrong? Is it difficult to change back to human form?" Feeling the terrifying invisible power around her again, the illusory spirit sea demon quickly nodded her fish head, shook her head, and wagged her tail, and changed her form according to Lu Kuan's instructions. Facing this burly human man, the illusory spirit sea demon felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She had never heard of a human being who could cultivate his physical body to such a powerful level. His strength was comparable to an 8th-level expert of the sea whale race, and his physical defense was comparable to that of the turtle race. She used all her skills, but she couldn't even injure the other party. She couldn't beat him, and she couldn't escape either. In order to survive, she could only endure for the time being and let the other party do whatever he wanted. Chapter 985. Lu Kuan's eyes emitted a bright golden light as he stared at the phantom spirit sea demon in front of him without blinking. The body of this ferocious fish slowly expanded. The lower part of the fish's abdomen remained the same, only a little bigger. However, the other parts were undergoing earth-shaking changes. The fins near the fish's head slowly extended outwards. Flesh wrapped in pale, white scales gushed out of the body, turning into 2 human-like arms. The flesh on the upper half of the fish's abdomen wriggled. The white scales expanded outwards and the chest bulged high, dotted with a layer of dark green scales, forming the upper body of a human woman. The originally flat fish head also became soft. The fin-like fish bones on the head spread out in all directions, like the beautiful hair of a human woman, extending all the way to the back. The eyes, nose, and mouth of the face were twisted. Except for the scales covering it and the lips made of dense, sharp teeth, the other parts of the face were very similar to that of a human. The phantom spirit sea demon in human form had green vertical pupils emitting an uneasy color. Her chest was undulating, and the towering green scales slightly trembled. She seemed to be very nervous. For some reason, in Lu Kuan's golden eyes, the phantom spirit sea demon felt that her hard fish scales could not play any defensive role. She was like a small fish that had been stripped of its scales. Everything inside was exposed in the eyes of the other party. There were no secrets to speak of. How wonderful! Lu Kuan looked a little excited. The life force of a beast cultivator was contained in the beast spirit power. Although he could not feel the specific operation of a life force with his golden eyes ability, he could clearly see the whole process of the phantom spirit sea demon's body turning into a human form. In addition to the transfer of flesh and scales, the more peculiar changes were the changes of the bones and internal organs. The entire fish bones, except for the lower half of the body, did not change. The horizontal bones of the upper half of the body bent, turning into human ribs. The 2 fish bones extended to the sides, turning into arms. The skull of the phantom spirit sea demon seemed to be kneaded by an invisible force, turning into the shape of a human skull. At the same time, its internal organs adjusted their positions. The gills moved to the chest, the heart was wrapped by the curved fish bones, and the small intestines and some other organs moved to the tail. Its shape and size also seemed to have changed. Along with the transfer of the organs, meridians and dantians similar to those of human cultivators appeared in the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon's body. The beast pellet quietly landed near the waist, emitting a powerful beast spirit power. Is this the effect of the demonic cultivator's life force? Change my body. Lu Kuan's mind kept thinking. He had fought with this illusory spirit sea demon in close combat. Under the support of demon's spiritual energy, the attack power of those fish bones was not inferior to a nascent soul cultivator's magic treasure. From this, he could determine that the opponent's fish bones were very sturdy and comparable to ordinary magic treasures. Such a hard material, under the effect of the life force, was actually like soft mud, changing and stretching. The transfer of internal organs was equally magical. Although the body of the demonic cultivator was very different from that of the human race, the function of the internal organs was similar. If the function of the internal organs was lost, it was equivalent to the destruction of most of the body. Demonic cultivators did not have the magical ability of flesh and blood transfer of body cultivators. The reconstruction of internal organs was very dangerous. If they were not careful, the body would collapse. However, the life force could reconstruct the internal organs without injury, nurturing the meridians similar to those of the human race. It was extremely magical. However, the life force in the body cultivator's body was completely different from the demonic cultivator's effect of changing the body. At present, Lu Kuan seemed to only find two functions. One was to maintain the stability of demonic energy. Only demonic energy with life force could be stored in the bones and stimulate the source power of the body. Once the life force was lost, demonic energy would be divided into spiritual power and demonic energy. They would annihilate each other, producing a terrifying destructive force. Without the support of energy, the source power of the body could not be activated. As for the other function of the life force, it was related to the cultivation method of the early stage of bone transformation that Lu Kuan summarized. The skeletal muscles of the whole body, after being tempered with the power of destruction, needed to be nourished through the circulation of life force to maintain and strengthen the vitality of the muscles. The difficulty he encountered now was that he did not know how to increase his life force during the bone transformation cultivation process. Lu Kuan's flesh and muscles, in the excellent cultivation environment of the demon abyss, could be steadily improved as long as he cultivated for a period of time. However, he would soon encounter problems. First of all, in the case of the life force storage remaining unchanged, as the muscle material became stronger, it would definitely be more difficult to cultivate its vitality. It was very likely that it would stagnate. Secondly, even if the muscles were upgraded to the level of mature magic weapon and could accommodate demonic energy in the bone transformation stage, without the life force, the demonic energy could not grow. Moreover, the more powerful source power of the body, without enough energy to support it, could not be used wantonly. If the life force could be improved during the cultivation process, then these two problems would be solved. Lu Kuan's biggest purpose in coming to the Chu country was to solve the problem of how to cultivate the life force. Thinking of this, he asked the somewhat nervous Mirage Spirit Sea monster in front of him, "Is the life force in your body growing at the same time as the demon spirit power?" The Mirage Spirit Sea monster was stunned. She did not expect Lu Kuan, a human immortal cultivator, to mention the life force. She honestly said, "Yes, after passing the transformation thunder tribulation, the life force and demon spirit power fused together and grew at the same time." Lu Kuan frowned. This answer was the same as the answer he received from Gue Ling. He asked again, "Is there any monster cultivator who can cultivate the life force alone?" The Mirage Spirit Sea monster thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I have never heard of it. The difficulty of monster cultivation is always the improvement of demon spirit power. It seems that they have never considered the cultivation of life force. If the transformation demon Cultivator enters a new realm, the life force will also transform. With more abundant life force, the transformation of the monster race will become more perfect. Hearing this, Lu Kuan lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster. His eyes seemed to be looking at an ice-cold material, which made the latter feel a bone-piercing coldness. In the next moment, the surrounding air suddenly became dense, while an inexhaustible great force emerged from all directions, tightly binding the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster's body. The Mirage Spirit Sea Monster's look changed. As she prepared to say something, she saw a silver drop of spirit blood, which had been releasing a vigorous spirit blood power, darting over and darting in her mouth like a thunderbolt. She immediately felt a burning sensation in her throat. The spirit blood power contained in this drop of spirit blood was as scorching as deep-sea lava. It transformed into streams of blood-red light, spreading to every part of her body. Next, she heard Lu Kuan's impatient voice, "Turn back to your original form. Remember, slow down." Sensing the terrifying power of the original physical power, the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster subconsciously moved according to Lu Kuan's instructions, slowly turning back to the ferocious fish form. Lu Kuan's eyes shone, as if he had discovered something special. He hurriedly said, "Turn back to your human form. Slow down." Yes, just like that. Chapter 986. So, this is how the life force of the shape-shifting skill works. Lu Kuan sensed the life force inside the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster's body through his own spirit blood. Fortunately, he also had the power given by the divine tribulation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to sense it clearly. He found that when the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster was in the fish form, the life force was contained in the beast core. As the shape was about to change, part of the spirit power would surge out of the beast core along with the life force. The spirit power would flow to every part of the body, while the life force would enter the fish-shaped spine. As soon as the life force entered the spine, the fish-shaped skeleton would change, turning into a human skeleton like soft mud. At the same time, the internal organs were also filled with the life force. The internal organs began to move, and under the operation of the spirit power, the meridians and dantian gradually took shape. Eventually, the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster turned into a human body with a fish tail. At this moment, most of the life force was stored in the spine, while a small part was flowing in the internal organs and meridians, maintaining a certain stability. After the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster turned back into a fish, the internal organs and meridians first moved, and some life force in the internal organs returned to the spine. The bones also shrank, turning back into the original fishbone shape. Afterward, the life force left the spine, gathered with the spirit power in every part of the body, and returned to the beast core. Thus, the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster turned back into a fish. Sensing the changes inside the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster's body, Lu Kuan murmured, "During the shape-shifting process, the transfer point of the life force is the spine. No matter if the Mirage Spirit Sea Monster is in the human form or the fish form, the core of its skeleton is the spine. The life force enters the spine, changing the shape of the bones. Under the effect of the life force, the internal organs can also change. Finally, under the basic changes of the bones and internal organs, the meridians and dantian are formed." Lu Kuan had talked to Gue Linger before. For beast cultivators, the shape-shifting magic was just like their innate ability. It was an instinctive magic and could only be cast through the spirit power which contained the power of life. However, unlike Jihao, beast cultivators couldn't sense the specific changes of the life force inside their bodies. Neither could they control the life force by themselves. Now that Lu Kuan understood the process of life force transferring through the body of the illusory spirit sea demon, a question popped into his mind. The life force helps the demon cultivators transform their physical bodies. It enters the spine and uses the spine as the core to transform the bones. This is understandable. But the internal organs are a little strange. Why does the life force have to circulate through the spine and not directly split into two parts, with one part going into the spine and the other into the internal organs? Wouldn't the efficiency of the transformation be higher this way? With this question in mind, Lu Kuan continued to force the illusory spirit siren to repeatedly change its form and gradually found a clue. That was, during the transformation process, the amount of life force contained in the internal organs was extremely small. Compared to the amount in the spine, it was only about 10 to 20%. It seemed that the amount of life force that the internal organs could contain was limited. Could it be because his internal organs are special and cannot bear the power of life? Lu Kuan couldn't help but look at his own body. He mobilized the life force in his body and transferred it from his mana to his bones. His mana entered a state of cultivation, and the source power that bound the illusory spirit sea demon's physical body disappeared due to the loss of energy. The illusory spirit sea demon, who had just transformed into a fish, fell into the river below with a plop. Although it was no longer bound, the illusory spirit sea demon didn't dare to move at all. It shook its fins and stayed obediently in the river. Hey, the life force can't directly enter the internal organs. Lu Kuan had a strange expression. After entering the bone transformation period for so long, he had never thought of controlling the life force to enter the internal organs. Now that he tried it, he found that the life force couldn't be directly transferred to the internal organs. It seemed that his life force could only be transferred through the bones. Even if it entered the muscles, it was transferred through the tendons on the surface of the bones. The internal organs and bones were mainly connected by blood vessels. Unless he used mana to transfer the life force from the blood to the internal organs. But Lu Kuan didn't dare to try this method. Although his internal organs were strong, they were incomparably fragile compared to bone treasures. Even with his current muscle strength, he couldn't bear the overbearing energy of mana. Could it be that the life force of a Yao cultivator is the same as that of a body cultivator? It can't directly enter the internal organs, so it can only be transferred through the spine? Wait a minute, spine? Lu Kuan's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that in the information he knew about Yao cultivators, all Yao cultivators who could transform at level 8 seemed to have a spine. In other words, these Yao cultivators were classified as vertebrates in the animal classification on Earth. As for those arthropods and mollusks, he had never heard of any existence that could transform into human form. Lu Kuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Among all the bones in the human body, the spine could be said to be the most closely related to the internal organs. Most of the internal organs' essence of the flesh condensation method was stored in the spine. So it seems that the life force can only be transferred through the spine to enter the internal organs. Thinking of this, Lu Kuan mobilized the life force and channeled it all into the spine. He tried to find the connection point between each spine and the internal organs to transfer the life force to the internal organs. The other bones in his body lost the support of the life force. The destructive power of the magic power and demonic power intertwined and spread out like a heat wave. When the Mirage Spirit Oceanic Demon felt this terrifying destructive wave, it was so scared that its fish scales stood up. It spat out a light yellow bubble from its mouth, and a shield formed from demonic spiritual energy wrapped around its body. Only then did it feel a sense of security. After a while, the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon adapted a little. She carefully looked at Lu Kuan and found that the other party seemed to have entered a state of cultivation and was comprehending something. After struggling for a while, the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon gave up the idea of escaping. She transformed into a half-human, half-fish form and stayed on the riverbed to cultivate. After so many transformations, she consumed a lot of Yao's spiritual power. As time passed, Lu Kuan's expression became a little painful. At the same time, his internal organs emitted a faint white light. Traces of life force flowed inside. Sure enough, through the spine, the life force can be added to the internal organs. After a while, the corner of his mouth twitched. The pain on his face became more and more intense. He couldn't help but open his eyes, revealing a puzzled look. It seems that only a trace of life force can be transferred. If it's more, the internal organs can't bear it. The life force can all flow to the muscles, but only a trace can be added to the internal organs. Is it related to the strength of the internal organs? The life force of a Yao cultivator can change the composition of the internal organs, but my internal organs don't seem to have any changes. Lu Kuan sensed the life force in his internal organs. At the same time, he mobilized the essence blood in his body, wanting to test something. At this moment, he inadvertently saw the mirage spirit sea demon cultivating in the river. His expression changed, and he said, "Little sea demon, Yu Yao cultivates in human form?" The mirage spirit sea demon stopped cultivating and nodded. "Yes, the human form meridians and dantian are more suitable for Yao spiritual power cultivation." Hearing this, Lu Kuan became a little excited. Yao cultivators cultivate in human form. At this time, the life force is distributed to the spine and internal organs. And the life force of a Yao cultivator increases in step with the Yao spiritual power. Could it be that the increase of life force is related to the spine and internal organs? Chapter 987. Lu Kuan revealed a somewhat vexed expression. "I've overlooked the most crucial point. Since the life force will undergo a transformation as the demon's spiritual energy enters the 9th rank, then why didn't I use my blood essence to investigate the cultivation process of the demon's spiritual energy? Perhaps I'll be able to discover more." He pondered in his heart. If the life force of a demon cultivator is improved through cultivation, then the spine and internal organs where it resides are equivalent to the meridians and dantian where the magic power circulates. During the cultivation process, the demon spirit energy will definitely have a unique effect on the life force. I haven't discovered this effect yet. If I can find this point, then the life force stored in my spine and internal organs can also be used as a reference to find a way to improve. Lu Kuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a calm tone, "Continue your cultivation." Looking at Lu Kuan's changing expression, the illusory spirit oceanic demon revealed a somewhat puzzled expression. She didn't know what this person meant, but she still followed his instructions and resumed her cultivation. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with maintaining the abundance of the demon spirit energy. Lu Kuan closed his eyes and pushed the blood secret technique to the extreme. Through the blood essence scattered in the illusory spirit oceanic demon's body, he sensed the circulation of the demon's spirit energy. The human form of a demon cultivator has meridians similar to the human race. The demon spirit energy flows from the demon core in the dantian to the meridians in the body. The circulation route is quite peculiar. These meridians are the same as the human race. They are connected to many small blood vessels, and these blood vessels are connected to the bones and internal organs. The demon spirit energy didn't enter the internal organs through the blood vessels, nor did it enter the bones. This should be. Lu Kuan frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. If the demon spirit energy has no connection with the life force during the cultivation process, then why would the life force of a demon cultivator undergo a transformation when they enter the 9th level? He pondered for a while, clenched one hand into a fist, and hammered his chest. His mouth slightly opened, and a ball of silver blood the size of 2 fists appeared in front of him. "Don't move." The power of the void swirled around the illusory spirit sea demon. The blood essence turned into a faint silver blood mist. Under the illusory spirit sea demon's horrified gaze, the mist rushed into her mouth, nose, and ears. The illusory spirit sea demon felt waves of scalding heat spreading to every part of her body. Within the thick essence blood, she felt a terrifying pressure, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. This is the Demon Emperor's bloodline? How is this possible? The illusory spirit sea demon could not help but widen her eyes. Previously, when Lu Kuan had only released a small amount of blood essence, she had only felt the strength of the blood essence. But now, as a large amount of blood essence entered her body, she could even feel the depths of her bloodline trembling. How could a human possess such a powerful demon bloodline? Could it be that he is also a demon? Or a royal bloodline of the same level as the Flood Dragon? This kind of bloodline pressure made the illusory spirit sea demon feel as if it was facing an emperor of the Flood Dragon clan. Lu Kuan coldly snorted and said, "Why are you in a daze? This blood won't affect you. Continue cultivating." The illusory spirit sea demon obediently cultivated. Although her expression was frightened, there was excitement in the depths of her heart. For a royal bloodline, the Sky Phantom Spirit Fox bloodline was not worth mentioning. She would never devour a low-grade bloodline. She might be able to absorb some of this royal bloodline in her body. This was a great opportunity. Thinking of this, the illusory spirit sea demon's spiritual energy revolved faster. Although she did not dare to take the initiative to refine the blood essence, it should not be a problem to accelerate her spiritual energy cultivation. Lu Kuan naturally did not know what the illusory spirit sea demon was thinking. All of his energy was focused on sensing. As the blood essence scattered in the illusory spirit sea demon's body, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The blood essence seemed to have decreased by a few strands. If it was not for his amazing control over the blood essence, he might not have discovered it. What's going on? Lu Kuan's expression was dignified. After carefully sensing several times, he discovered some clues. He did not know if it was because he had injected too much blood essence, or because the illusory spirit sea demon had accelerated her spiritual energy circulation, but the blood essence that was wandering around her internal organs was attracted by an inexplicable force. Strands of blood essence were sucked into the depths of the illusory spirit sea demon's blood vessels, and then they lost connection. A bone transformation body cultivator's blood essence density was extremely high, and their control over it was amazing. Even if it was divided into different parts of the illusory spirit sea demon's body, it would still be completely under his control. He did not expect such a situation to occur. However, when Lu Kuan discovered that the blood essence that had lost its connection with him had entered the blood vessels that connected to his internal organs, he couldn't help but grow excited. His flesh aura surged as he activated another mass of blood essence and sent it into the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon's body. He tried to increase the concentration of blood essence to sense the part that had disappeared. But the result was the same. The blood essence continued to be lost little by little, and the part that had disappeared still could not be sensed. Lu Kuan's face sank. He spat out blood essence several times in a row, using a total of 40% of his blood essence to compress the blood essence he sent into the illusory spirit sea demon's body to the extreme. Only then could he barely sense the part that had disappeared, and the blood essence was no longer lost. And after the illusory spirit sea demon swallowed so much blood essence, traces of silver light appeared in the gaps between her exposed scales. Her face showed a complicated expression of pain and excitement, and her body kept trembling. What is this? Lu Kuan did not pay attention to the changes in the illusory spirit sea demon's body. He focused on sensing. In the depths of the blood vessels around her internal organs, in addition to his blood essence that had disappeared, he also found a unique energy aura. The feeling this energy gave him was very similar to the power of blood essence, but it was different. This energy did not fuse with the illusory spirit sea demon's blood, but was stored in the depths of the blood vessels, as if the two were one. With the rapid circulation of his spiritual energy, this blood essence energy rose and fell in a regular pattern, creating a unique suction force that tried to absorb his blood essence. It was his blood essence energy that wrapped around his blood essence that caused him to lose connection. Lu Kuan fell into deep thought. This blood essence energy has never appeared before. Or perhaps it was in a dormant state and was only activated when my spiritual energy circulated at high speed. The life force seems to be circulating. As his senses grew stronger, Lu Kuan discovered that the life force in the illusory spirit sea demon's internal organs was circulating at a slow speed. There really is a connection. Lu Kuan's spirit shook. The life force in the internal organs is too little, and the circulation speed is very slow. Lu Kuan could only patiently sense it. From the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and then to the stomach through the small blood vessels. Every time the life force passes through a blood vessel, it would absorb the blood essence energy within. His blood essence was also absorbed by it. Although the blood essence energy in the blood vessels was being absorbed by the life force, under the rapid circulation of his spiritual energy, it quickly recovered. It seems that the spiritual energy is stimulating the blood essence energy. Is this the secret of the life force cultivation? Lu Kuan hungrily memorized the connection between the life force and the blood essence energy, the circulation route, and the vibrating fluctuation pattern in his mind. But just as the life force completed a cycle, his internal organs suddenly trembled. Pale silver spots appeared on them, emitting a familiar bloodline power that Lu Kuan felt. The pain on the illusory spirit sea demon's face became even more intense. Her body twisted, constantly changing from her original form to her human form. Black hair faintly appeared in the gaps between her scales. Her face was full of pain, and she let out a strange roar. Her originally high-pitched and silent voice became low and deep, accompanied by strange illusions. Lu Kuan had a puzzled expression. He stretched out his hand, and a huge void force came out of his body, intending to bind her. But in the next moment, the sea demon's internal organs instantly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. It was as if some terrifying energy had exploded in her internal organs. This grade 8 monster cultivator, comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, turned into a dead fish and sank to the bottom of the river. Chapter 988. The dead fish that had sunk to the bottom of the river suddenly spat out a small, light blue ball from the bottom of the river. It blended into the river and was almost undetectable. Lu Kuan's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. He clenched one hand, and the power of the void surged out. The turbulent water, not far away, seemed to have hit an invisible seal, causing a lot of water to splash. The white water and the stopped water were locked in an invisible seal. A small blue ball was bumping around inside, but every time it hit the edge, it was bounced back. The ball of water left the river and slowly floated in front of Lu Kuan. He reached in with his other hand and pinched the light blue ball out. A mini fish phantom appeared from the ball, sending out waves of horrified divine sense. What kind of monster are you? Your bloodline is so overbearing. I just absorbed a trace of your blood essence, and my body was destroyed. Even if our bloodlines clashed, it shouldn't be like this. Lu Kuan's face was also full of puzzlement. He summoned the illusory spirit sea demon's corpse that was like a dead fish in front of him and swept it with his divine sense. He said with a look of surprise, not only have his internal organs turned into blood, but even his blood vessels and meridians have been shattered. While speaking, clouds of light silver blood mist gushed out of the dead fish's mouth and was sucked into Lu Kuan's mouth. I didn't do anything, but some of my blood essence is missing. Clashing bloodlines? Absorbing blood essence? Does it have something to do with the life force absorbing my blood essence? Thinking of this, Lu Kuan looked at the illusory spirit sea's demonic soul on the demonic core in his left hand. The other party was still in a state of shock. He said coldly, "Since your corporeal body is destroyed, you have no value anymore." "What are you doing?" "Ah, Lu Kuan's divine sense of the middle nascent soul stage surged out and wrapped the demon soul along with the demon core. Miserable screams came from inside. Demon cultivators had stronger bodies than human cultivators. Their physical defense was much higher than that of nascent soul stage cultivators, and their survivability was far stronger than that of human cultivators. Even so, demonic cultivators didn't have nascent souls in their bodies, only demonic cores. Without the teleportation ability of nascent souls, it would be difficult for them to escape if their physical bodies were destroyed or captured. Now, the internal organs of the Mirage Spirit Sea Demon had all turned into blood, which was equivalent to her physical body being destroyed. Apart from carrying the demon core and flying away, her demon soul had no other means of escape. Lu Kuan could even capture a nascent soul, let alone a level 8 demon soul. Half an hour later, Lu Kuan closed his eyes and sorted out his gains from the soul search. The only thing left in his hand was a light blue monster core, while the Phantom Spirit Sea Demon's monster soul was stored in a jade bottle. A level 8 demon soul was a valuable item. Not to mention its other uses, a high-level demon soul was an indispensable material in the refining of sentient puppets. He had no intention of letting this illusory spirit sea demon go. He even wanted to search its soul from the very beginning. However, considering that he had to experiment on its body, he didn't do it. Now that her physical body was destroyed and her divine soul was separated, Lu Kuan might as well kill her and search her memories to verify the situation he had sensed. Lu Kuan opened his eyes and murmured, "So this demonic cultivator wanted to refine my essence blood, so she deliberately sped up the circulation of her demonic spiritual power." It seems that demonic cultivators really can't sense the life force in their internal organs. What she can control is only the circulation of her demonic spiritual power. Just now, in order to secretly refine my essence blood, this illusory spirit sea demon sped up the circulation of her demonic spiritual power. It seems that the collapse of her internal organs was caused by the conflict between my bloodline and hers. From the other party's memories, Lu Kuan learned a lot of information. Among the demonic cultivators, there were often cases of people devouring each other's bloodlines. There were mainly two situations. One was to devour and absorb the bloodline of the same origin. The illusory spirit sea demon was attracted by Fong Yuan's spirit beast because she wanted to refine the Sky Phantom Spirit Fox's bloodline of the same origin to improve the purity of her own bloodline. The other was to devour a high-grade demonic spiritual powers bloodline in order to improve one's cultivation aptitude and even comprehend a higher-grade bloodline ability. Of course, devouring high-grade bloodline had its risks. It was most frightening to encounter a race that naturally countered it. Such a bloodline devouring would cause one's bloodline to become chaotic and their cultivation to regress. The reason the illusory spirit sea demon dared to directly devour Lu Kuan's essence blood was because she understood that the most she could do was absorb a trace of his essence blood. Even if they were from a race that naturally countered each other, this amount wouldn't be a problem. But in the end, Lu Kuan couldn't help but think of the information the spiritual stone monkey had revealed. He knew that the ancient demonic apes and the sea races didn't get along. It seemed that their conflicting bloodlines was one of the reasons. I possess the bloodline of the long-armed demon ape, and it might even be related to the demon race. I am a human and have refined my body for many years. My bloodline has long since formed its own system. Demonic spiritual power, demon race, human race, and body cultivator bloodline. I'm afraid this is the result of all these factors combining together. But Serene seems to have used another method to refine my essence blood. Lu Kuan shook his head, throwing the question of essence blood to the back of his mind. Instead, he pondered over another question. Accelerating the circulation of demonic spiritual power can slowly refine the bloodline of a different race. In the process of her refining, my essence blood was absorbed into her internal organs. Along with the blood vitality energy in her blood vessels, It was absorbed by the life force. His eyes flashed. Then, if my essence blood wasn't added, the life force should also circulate like this. The circulation of demonic spiritual power caused the blood vitality energy to appear in the blood vessels around the internal organs. And what the life force absorbs is this blood vitality energy. Is the improvement of the life force circulating and absorbing this blood vitality energy in the internal organs. Lukuin felt that he had grasped the key point. He carefully reviewed the illusory spirit sea demon's memories, especially the parts related to the demonic race's cultivation, trying to find some answers. The improvement of a demonic beast's physical body is different from that of a demonic beast below level 8. In the first few years after entering level 8, a shape-shifting demonic beast's physical body will have a very obvious improvement. Then it will stagnate. From the late level 8 to the early level 8, there's not much change in physical strength. The only change is the amount of demonic spiritual power. Lukuin was a little excited. He found a piece of information that the illusory spirit sea demon didn't care about. As far as I know, the demonic spiritual power of demonic beasts is similar to the demonic energy of the demonic race. It will nourish the body. From level 1 to level 7, the demonic beast's physical body will improve along with the demonic spiritual power. For example, a late level 7 demonic beast's physical body is much stronger than an early level 7 demonic beast's. Lukuin quickly deduced in his mind. If the blood vitality energy in the internal organs and blood vessels is the energy that demonic beast uses to refine their physical body, then it makes sense. The blood vitality energy is stimulated by demonic spiritual power. This energy's function is to improve the physical body. However, at the shape-shifting demonic beast's physical body, this energy is intercepted by the life force. Therefore, in the level 8 demonic beast's physical body will stagnate, but the life force will subtly increase. If a shape-shifting demonic beast enters level 9, the demonic spiritual power after the breakthrough will bring a stronger blood vitality energy. This energy will continue to be absorbed by the life force after the initial nourishment of the physical body. Lukuin's mind was spinning rapidly. If it's a body cultivator, I can take the initiative to mobilize the life force. Through the spine, I can circulate a trace of life force to the internal organs and explore a circulation route. Demonic beasts absorb the blood vitality energy used to nourish the physical body. Then what do I have in my body for the life force to absorb? Before the bone treasure stage, body cultivators can use spiritual power and even demonic energy to nourish the physical body. However, after the bone treasure stage, body cultivators will use the destructive energy to refine the physical body like a magical treasure, not nourish it. How can the life force absorb the destructive energy? Moreover, this violent energy, not to mention the internal organs, I don't even dare to send it to the blood vessels. The blood vitality energy, could it be blood essence? His expression changed. He remembered that the blood essence that disappeared in the body of the phantom spirit sea demon was absorbed by the other party's life force. Whether or not the life force of a body cultivator can absorb blood essence, I'll have to test it with my own body. However, it's far from enough to determine the circulation route in my internal organs with just a mirage spirit sea demon. Lukuin waved his hand and collected the corpse of the fat fish on the ground. He looked to the west and said in his heart, I need more shape-shifting demonic beasts to test. // Chapter 989. In the southwest of Shiyuan State, there was a vast mountain range. The mountain peaks inside were very strange. They were all wide at the bottom and flat at the top, like countless giant feet standing in a forest. This was the famous Immortal Mountain range of Chu State, 100-foot mountain. It used to gather a large number of itinerant cultivators and cultivator families. It was also jokingly called 100 Clan Mountain. But now, There were no human cultivators in 100-Foot Mountain. There were all kinds of wild beasts roaring at the foot of the mountain. There were circles of yellow, demonic aura mixed in the spiritual energy clouds. It had become the territory of the demon clan. In the depths of 100-Foot Mountain, on the peak with the densest demonic aura, there was a cave that was several feet high. At the entrance of the cave, there were two majestic black bulls that were several feet long. They had a pair of white bull horns on top of their heads. There was a layer of light blue light and a few traces of blood flowing on them, revealing a kind of murderous intent. Only their backs were covered with a foot-long blue hair. Outside their solid muscles was a layer of stone-like black scales. The two bull demons closed their eyes. Their thick noses were breathing in and out demonic aura. Their huge bodies rose and fell as they breathed, like two mountains of flesh. The demonic spiritual aura that he emitted was at the pinnacle of Class 7. Such a powerful demonic clan member seemed to be a mere gatekeeper. Nonsense. In this world, there can't be a long-armed giant ape. In the pitch-black cave, there was a deafening roar, as if thunder had exploded out of nowhere. Circles of yellow demonic aura surged in all directions with the cave as the core. The two bull demons couldn't help but open their bell-sized eyes. They looked at the cave entrance with eyes full of awe. Boss Kuei, although my strength is average, with the spiritual nose ability awakened by a trace of the Howling Sky God Wolf bloodline, my detection ability is not bad. The terrifying aura engraved in my bloodline can't be wrong. In the depths of the cave, a green-haired wolf demon cultivator with a human body said with a slightly trembling voice with drooping ears, "Yes, Boss Kuei, this old wolf's nose is the most sensitive among us. He can even smell that old turtle passing by, let alone the top royal bloodline of the long-armed giant ape." A muscular Yao cultivator with a bare head looked ahead and said while rubbing his ears with his bare paws. These two beast cultivators were the level 8 sea bear that had appeared in the Heavenly Talisman Sect's mountain range, Barbarian Bear, and the level 8 wind spirit wolf, Lang Qingfeng. At this moment, there was a huge figure standing in front of the two demons. This was a man who was over 10 feet tall. He had a pair of small white horns that were a few inches long on top of his head, and a dark yellow ox nose in the middle of his face. His thick nostrils were slowly inhaling and exhaling the surrounding spirit chi. The surface of his huge and burly body was covered with a layer of green-colored granite-like scales, which wrapped around his thick and strong muscles. There were no palms at the end of his arms. Instead, there were black ox hooves that emitted a metallic luster. His lower body only had one sturdy thigh. His millstone-like hooves firmly stepped on the ground. This demon exuded an astonishing demonic spiritual aura, which was a lot stronger than the two 8th-grade demon cultivators in front of him. This was the Kuei Cow King, a famous expert among the overseas Yao cultivators. The Kuei Cow King's tribe was the armor-cracking ox, which possessed the bloodline of the ancient Kuei cow. The Kuei Cow King had the rare, atavistic physique, which was no different from a real ancient Kuei cow. After awakening his bloodline, his talent was astonishing. Now that he had a cultivation at the peak of level 9, he was the leader of the land demons and called himself the Kuei Cow King. Coupled with the unique bloodline ability of the ancient Kuei cow, the Kuei Cow King could even put up a fight against a level 10 Yao cultivator. According to what you said, Huan Yu suddenly left and sent out a distress signal. By the time you arrived, she had already been captured alive by the giant long-armed apes? Yes. Hearing this, the Kuei Cow King's yellow eyes stared at the two 8th-grade demon cultivators in front of him, as if trying to determine the truth of their words. After a while, he said slowly, "I'll believe you for now. However, does the Sea tribe know about the giant long-armed apes?" The bear demon shook his head and said in a low, muffled voice, "Now that we are cooperating with the human race, we dare not make any mistakes." How could Barbarian Bear dare to reveal this information? He paused, then continued. Huan Yu's disappearance, The Sea Tribe believes that there are several nascent soul cultivators lying in ambush. They suspect that we leaked the news of the attack on the Heavenly Talisman sect. The Kauai Cow King snorted coldly. If the Heavenly Talisman sect was destroyed so easily, it would be suspicious. After all, at the beginning, the Sea Tribe fellows suffered a great loss at the hands of the human race. Now that Huan Yu was ambushed, it makes the show seem very real. It looks like the human race is at a disadvantage, but in reality, their strength is intact. I will investigate the matter of the giant long-armed apes. If it's true, it has nothing to do with us. The ancient demonic ape royal family and the Sea Tribe have always been enemies. If there's nothing else, you can go prepare for the next mission. Hearing this, the bear demon said hesitantly, "But, Boss Kauai, this giant long-armed ape." The Kauai Cow King looked at the uneasy barbarian bear and showed a trace of disdain. "You're worried about the revenge of the giant long-armed apes. How foolish. I've already warned you, even if you get the demon soul tree from the Black Mountain apes, so what? Without a demon king, we land demons will never be able to rise." The bear demon said unwillingly, "But boss, if the Black Mountain apes hand over the demon soul tree, the number of us shape-shifting demons will definitely increase. With more people, there will be a higher chance of a demon king." Hearing this, the Kauai Cow King's expression changed. He sighed softly. The birth of a demon king is not something that can be solved with numbers. He thought for a moment. Spirit light flashed in his hand, and a palm-sized green cowhide appeared. It emitted a strong bloodline aura. "This is my natal cowhide. It has the bloodline aura of the Kauai cow. In the ancient times, the Kauai cow and the ancient demonic ape royal family were close. If the giant long-armed apes really come looking for you, I can save your lives." "Thank you, boss." The bear demon and wolf demon were overjoyed and accepted the cowhide. Just as the Kauai Cow King was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked out of the cave. "Yeah, isn't that where the Water Bear Mountain is? There's actually the shape-shifting lightning tribulation. Is it that little bear I saw last time? Shape-shifting lightning tribulation." The bear demon and wolf demon also felt some kind of fluctuation at this time. The barbarian bear's expression changed. "I've already told him that now is not the time for him to shape-shift. Could there be a problem with his cultivation? Boss Kauai, I have to rush back to protect him. Old Wolf, come and take care of him too." After that, the two demonic beasts hurriedly flew away in gusts of demonic wind. The Kauai Cow King looked at their departing figures and muttered, "The land environment suits the bloodline of land demons." Then he began to think. That giant long-armed ape, could it be the same as me, showing signs of atavism? Let the fire monkey go find it. If the giant long-armed ape helps, the success rate of the plan will greatly increase. By then, the inland sea and half of the Chu country will be our territory. Only when we have a large enough territory can there be a demon king among the land demons. The Kauai Cow King's eyes shone with a strange light. More demonic spiritual energy surged in his body. The pair of white horns on his head completely disappeared into his head. Even his bull nose shrunk by more than half. The scales on the surface of his skin disappeared, revealing his dark skin. His entire body was almost identical to that of a human. Chapter 990. Somewhere in the sky of Shiyuan State, Barbarian Bear and Lang Qing Feng were flying rapidly. Something's not right. Big Xiong was ordered by me to stop cultivating. With his courage, he wouldn't dare to go against my orders. How did he suddenly break through? And the aura of this manifestation, lightning tribulation, seems a little different. Barbarian Bear looked towards the southwest and revealed a slightly surprised and bewildered expression. The sky a few hundred kilometers away was completely dark, and he was still able to sense the energy that had once caused him to tremble with fear even from over 1,000 kilometers away. Lang Qingfeng also noticed this. The manifestation, lightning tribulations, aura seemed to be much stronger than normal. His expression changed. Barbarian Bear, do you think Big Xiong has awakened the bloodline of the earthquaking bear? Big Boss Kuei said that the heaven-earth Yuan Qian land is different from the sea. It will stimulate our bloodline. Your Sea Bear clan was a branch of the earthquaking bear bloodline tens of thousands of years ago. Hearing this, Barbarian Bear's expression relaxed. It's possible. After coming to land for so many years, I can feel the movement of my bloodline. If Big Xiong's bloodline is awakened, his cultivation will definitely be stimulated and break through. But then his expression changed. Oh no, the power of the manifestation, lightning tribulation, is related to the bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the tribulation. The little guy isn't prepared. The risk is great. Thinking of this, the two beast cultivators raised their beast spirit chi and sped up. Barbarian Bear channeled his beast spirit chi and complained, I don't know what Big Boss Kuei is thinking. If he had made a move back then, we would definitely have found the hidden cave. How could the beast spirit tree be taken away by others? With the help of the beast spirit tree, beast cultivators have a high chance of awakening their consciousness in the process of breaking through. The way they use their beast spirit chi will improve by leaps and bounds. It will be much easier for them to face the tribulation. Lang Qingfeng's body emitted streaks of green spirit light that strengthened the escape light. He sighed softly and said, Boss Kuei might have his own considerations. Besides, what's really useful for the manifestation lightning tribulation isn't the beast spirit tree, but the frost marrow. This is a treasure that can directly reduce the damage of the tribulation. When Barbarian Bear heard the words frost essence, he snorted and said, In the current immortal cultivation world, frost essence can only be found in extremely cold places. However, those places are blocked by the spatial cracks of the broken country and the high-level immortal cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty. The difficulty of obtaining frost essence there is much higher than obtaining the demonic soul tree. Lang Qingfeng smiled bitterly. I heard that there is more than one spirit severing cultivator in the Great Zhou dynasty. Without a demon king, even if the broken country is opened and the cracks in space are greatly reduced, we still wouldn't dare to go to the Arctic lands. Then, he looked back, his eyes flashing. From Boss Kuei's words, I can hear that he has a good understanding of the Demon King realm. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Boss's strength seems to have increased quite a bit. If Boss Kuei enters the Demon Monarch realm, we will have a day of glory. Old Wolf, Boss Kuei is still in the 9th level realm. The Demon King realm is too far away. The current situation is to increase the number of transformed demon cultivators. Barbarian Bear looked at the pitch-black tribulation clouds in the sky, and the demonic aura around him roiled. Let's hurry up. The lightning tribulation is almost ready. The Water Bear Mountain where Barbarian Bear was located at the southernmost tip of the Shiyuan state. It was next to a wide river and filled with spiritual chi. It was once the residence of a powerful clan in the Chu country. At this moment, the Water Bear Mountain was shrouded in dark clouds. The spiritual chi within a few hundred miles was converging towards this huge cloud. Outside the dark clouds, there were circles of spiritual chi clouds. In the middle of the dark clouds, there was a huge whirlpool. Countless lightning bolts were shuttling back and forth within it. From time to time, there would be deafening thunder, emitting a suffocating pressure. The river not far away, under the effect of this pressure, waves were rolling and splashing on the reefs on the shore. The Water Bear Mountain below, the lightning tribulation also trembled slightly, and sparse rocks were scattered everywhere. A large number of demon beasts fled out of the mountain in extreme fear. Demon cultivators below the 8th level had an instinctive fear of the lightning tribulation. They couldn't wait to run 100 miles away. There were only a few bear demons with deep auras standing on a mountaintop at the edge of the dark clouds. The one in the lead was a big fat bear that was yellow all over. It narrowed its small eyes, and its eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. At this moment, a streak of light emitting a powerful demon aura shot over from afar. Big Bear, what's going on? The one who triggered the lightning tribulation wasn't you. Accompanied by a deep voice, two 8th-level demon cultivators landed on the mountain peak. Barbarian Bear's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The yellow fat bear had a blank expression. It stood up and started whining. Hearing this, Barbarian Bear's face turned even uglier. He looked at the mountain peak directly below the lightning tribulation. It was covered in clouds and mist. Even with his powerful divine sense, he couldn't see through it. This is a concealment array of cultivators. Demon beasts can't use it all. Damn it. There are human cultivators in the Water Bear Mountain. Lang Feng twitched his nose, his eyes flashing with surprise. This demon beast's aura, it's from the Fox clan. The spiritual energy fluctuations around, it seems to be from the peak of the core formation realm. Hearing this, Barbarian Bear gritted his teeth and said, "Peak of the core formation realm, peak of the 7th-level demon beast. It must be from the spirit transformation sect. A sect that enslaves demons should be destroyed." Just as he finished speaking, Barbarian Bear rushed towards the lightning tribulation. Hearing the words spirit transformation sect, Lang Feng also revealed a look of anger and followed closely behind. All the high-level demon beasts overseas, regardless of whether they were from the land or the sea, hated the spirit transformation sect to the bone. It wasn't because the spirit transformation cultivators of the spirit transformation sect stopped them overseas, but because this sect's cultivation method was completely against demons. For the cultivators of the spirit transformation sect, even if their soul's cultivation was lower than a demon beast's, they could still enslave them. The core formation realm cultivators could even control demon beasts that had taken human form. This was a nightmare for low-level demons. If it wasn't for the spirit transformation cultivator, the spirit transformation sect would have been destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. When the spirit transformation cultivator reached the end of his lifespan and the demons came ashore, the first thing they would deal with was the spirit transformation sect. Who knew that this sect was already prepared and disappeared without a trace? Even the 9 great sects of the Chu country were nowhere to be found. Looking at the current scene, Barbarian Bear was certain that the ones who had infiltrated this place were from the spirit transformation sect. After all, the Water Bear Mountain had been modified and was filled with dense spiritual chi and demonic chi. It was very suitable for a 7th-level demon beast to break through. In the blink of an eye, the 2 demon cultivators arrived outside the mountain shrouded in mist. Rumble! The lightning tribulation whirlpool in the sky seemed to have finished brewing. Hundreds of lightning bolts as thick as an arm intertwined together and struck down with a majestic destructive power. Facing the destructive power of the lightning tribulation, the concealment formation was unable to resist at all. As soon as it came into contact with the lightning, it was completely destroyed, revealing the scene inside. There were many restrictions set up within 100 feet under the clouds. Spiritual lights of various colors flashed and intertwined with a large amount of lightning bolts. It was unknown what kind of formation it was, but it seemed to have weakened the power of the lightning tribulation. Only a small portion of the hundreds of lightning bolts struck down. A small white fox stood in the center of the formation. The surrounding demonic chi and spiritual chi were all gathering towards it. Its azure blue eyes looked nervously at the lightning bolts that were striking down. It did not dodge and allowed the terrifying lightning bolts to strike it. Immediately after, its small body was wrapped in blinding purple lightning. Not far away from it, a man and a woman sat cross-legged. There was a complicated formation below them. Their hands were constantly forming some kind of hand seal, and rays of spiritual light were sent into the formation below them. The dermic powers that the 2 of them emitted carried the aura of demonic spiritual chi. They are indeed cultivators from the spirit transformation sect. Barbarian Bear's demonic spiritual chi surged, and a thick spiritual light appeared on his palms. At this moment, Lang Feng suddenly said, "Old Bear, wait. There's a human here." Barbarian Bear's expression froze as he followed the wolf demon's gaze. A burly, short-haired man was standing on a huge rock outside the formation. This person had his arms crossed in front of his chest. There was no trace of dermic powers on him, as if he was immortal. He raised his head to look at the lightning tribulation in the sky, as if he did not notice the arrival of the 8th-level demon beast. Chapter 991. Lang Qingfeng's black nose kept twitching and his face was filled with shock. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have noticed this man. His unique wolf nose didn't pick up any strange scent, not even the scent of an ordinary human. It was fine if he didn't have any spiritual energy, but why didn't he have the scent of a body? Even a corpse would have a scent. Could it be that this man didn't only have all the pores on his body closed? He didn't even need to breathe? Not to mention Lang Qingfeng, Man Xiong's expression also became serious. He didn't know why, but when he saw this man, an indescribable sense of heaviness appeared in his heart, as if he was facing some kind of ferocious beast. This was a warning from the demon race's spiritual sense. This seemingly ordinary human male was definitely not weaker than them. Just as the 2 Yao clan members were in a daze, the purple lightning in the center of the formation gradually dissipated, revealing the little fox's figure. The charred hair quickly fell off, revealing pink skin. New hair was slowly growing out. At the same time, a divine sense comparable to the nascent soul stage burst out from the little fox's body. Its demonic spiritual energy seemed to be affected by something and became more vigorous, almost reaching the level of an 8th-level demonic beast. Divine sense? Barbarian Bear was slightly incredulous when he saw this scene. And then he saw a string of dark yellow wooden beads hanging on the neck of the little fox that emitted a light yellow glow, and it cooperated with the newly born divine sense. 10,000-year Yao soul wood, such a large string. Could it be that the spirit transformation sect stole the Yao soul tree? When Barbarian Bear said these words, the tall and sturdy man reacted. He turned around and looked at the astonished demon bear. With a calm expression, he said, "Wasn't the spirit transformation sect. It was me who took the demon soul tree. Back then, it was the 2 of you who dealt with the Black Mountain ape, right? I didn't expect you to come to me together. Very good. It saves Lu from having to go to another place." Just as he finished speaking, a shocking light suddenly burst out from the man's body. It was as if he was activating dozens of matured magic treasures at the same time. The terrifying pressure of the magic treasures made the 2 Yao clan members feel incomparably terrified. How can a human cultivator refine so many magical treasures? Oh no, what kind of magical power is this? Right at this moment, the 2 8th-grade demonic cultivators suddenly felt the air around them become extremely viscous, as if there was a boundless force pressing down on them from all directions, making it difficult for them to move. Roar! Barbarian Bear and Lang Qingfeng were, after all, rank 8 Yao cultivators. Their reactions were extremely fast. The Yao spiritual energy in their bodies quickly circulated, and a layer of protective spiritual light appeared around their bodies. Only then did the stickiness in the air dissipate. However, this short delay allowed the human man to appear above them, as if he had teleported. The muscles on his right arm swelled up like a balloon. Strands of hideous muscles interweaved together, and the surface of his thick fist was enveloped by a layer of faint silver light as it fiercely smashed towards the Barbarian Bear's head. Barbarian Bear's eyes opened wide as he felt the powerful pressure of this punch. He didn't have the time to think as he roared madly, and his body instantly swelled up, transforming into an enormous white bear that was almost 3 m tall. That millstone-like bear paw was wrapped in a thick layer of blue demon spiritual energy. Both of his palms overlapped, emitting an incomparably dense aura, blocking the top of his head. Bang! Accompanied by an extremely dull explosion, a terrifying airflow surged in all directions. The spiritual energy and demonic aura that was attracted by the heavenly tribulation was forcibly dispersed, turning into a cloud of demonic aura that fluctuated in the distance. The various formations and restrictions on the tribulation mountain of the little white fox had already dimmed after the first wave of heavenly tribulation. At this moment, under the influence of this terrifying aftershock, they directly turned into specks of spiritual light. Barbarian Bear was an 8th grade sea bear. After transforming into his original form, his physical strength had reached the pinnacle. His bear paws were the strongest part of his body, and with the addition of his nascent soul-level demon spiritual energy, the power of his 2 paws had completely reached the mid-nascent soul level. However, such a powerful bear paw as a defense against this man's giant fist was completely defeated. This majestic white bear, under the effect of the terrifying power, rapidly fell to the ground. Barbarian Bear's face was filled with fear. After taking the opponent's attack head-on, all the muscles in his body were twitching, especially in his arms. There was a pain that he hadn't felt for a long time. This feeling meant that the other party didn't use any magic at all. It was purely brute force. Even when he was sparring with the Kuei Cow King, Barbarian Bear didn't feel so embarrassed. This man's strength was almost twice his. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Seeing this scene, Lang Qingfeng's nose twitched slightly, and he said in horror, "The great arm technique. You're that long-armed giant ape." The moment this man's arms expanded, he smelled the terrifying aura flowing in his bloodline. It was exactly the same as the aura left behind by the illusory spirit sea demon, purely relying on physical strength to crush Barbarian Bear's original form. Such terrifying physical strength. Other than the long-armed giant ape, there was no other race that could achieve this. What made him feel even more incredulous was that this long-armed giant ape didn't look any different from a human. It was only a 10th grade shape-shifting demon beast. With the help of the rich life force in its body, it was no different from a human. Could this be a 10th grade long-armed giant ape? But what were those streaks of treasure light in the other party's body? Demonic cultivators in human form could indeed refine magic treasures. But what appeared just now was the spiritual light of dozens of magic treasures. Even a human immortal cultivator couldn't possibly possess such a thing. Although Lang Qingfeng was confused about this man's identity, he didn't hesitate at all. Rays of green spiritual light surged out of his body, and he flew into the distance. But at this moment, the burly man who seemed to be the long-armed giant ape suddenly turned around. His other arm also expanded. The pair of terrifying arms raised to the sky, and a huge rock appeared in his hands out of thin air. This huge gray rock didn't have any spiritual aura. It was 8 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It was like an ordinary rectangular rock. The burly man sneered. Holding this gray rock, all the muscles in his body trembled, and he threw it in the direction Wolf Demon fled. Under the effect of the terrifying brute force, the rock flew at an astonishing speed. After flying for a while, an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air. Lang Qingfeng's expression changed greatly. He stretched out his hairy right claw, and 3 rays of green light shot out like lightning. It was the attack ability of his wolf claws. This kind of flexible fighting method that used the advantage of the body was the main ability of shape-shifting demon beasts. This attack of his was extremely difficult for an ordinary early-stage, nascent soul cultivator to deal with without a powerful magic treasure. Dang, dang, dang. A few crisp sounds of collisions flashed in the air. After the 3 claws hit the ordinary-looking gray rock without any spiritual light, the green spiritual light on it dissipated, revealing the white wolf claws. On the surface of the rock, only 3 fingernail-sized holes were left. What kind of magic treasure is this? It's terrifyingly hard, and it can even block out spiritual power. Lang Qingfeng adjusted his flying direction. Under the effect of the opponent's brute force, although the strange rock was moving at a terrifying speed, its flight path was very simple. It could be dodged completely. He wasn't stupid enough to take this attack head-on. But at this moment, 2 more rocks of the same size were thrown out by the burly man. The terrifying throwing force seemed to tear the air apart. Lang Qingfeng's expression changed greatly. Demon's spiritual power surged from his body, and a strong wind attribute aura overflowed. He turned into a 7 feet tall green wolf. His original form was a green wind demon wolf, and his control of wind attribute spiritual power was extremely strong. His 4 wolf legs were wrapped in a strong wind attribute aura. He turned into several afterimages and quickly dodged the first rock. Lang Qingfeng's explosive speed was astonishing. He nimbly stepped on the edge of the second rock, and using his legs, he tried to escape from the gap of the third rock. He even had time to look into the distance. The man suspected to be the long-armed giant ape didn't chase after him. After throwing out the 3 rocks, he didn't do anything else. Instead, he looked at the barbarian bear that was sent flying. Lang Qingfeng was secretly relieved. As long as the opponent continued to deal with the barbarian bear, with his speed, he could definitely escape successfully. Chapter 992. Lang Qingfeng was focused on escaping, but he didn't notice that the 3 rectangular boulders that he dodged had unknowingly formed a triangle. One side of each boulder was facing his wolf body. Just as Lang Qingfeng's body was about to leap out of the boulders, several invisible forces suddenly blasted out from the 3 boulders. Whoa! Lang Qingfeng let out a painful howl as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were tightly shut as his azure fur instantly retracted. His body seemed to have been immobilized as he was imprisoned in the middle of the 3 boulders. What the hell is this? Lang Qingfeng felt as if his body was being hit by 9 formless fists. The power contained within those fists was far beyond his physical strength. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, closing his eyes immediately, his eyeballs would have exploded. But even so, the rank 8 demonic beast body was still heavily injured. Then, the 9 invisible forces continued to blast out from 3 different directions, as if they were going to crush his body. At the same time, the 9 forces intertwined with each other, forming a tight space that immobilized him. The demonic spiritual energy within Lang Qingfeng's body rapidly surged as rays of azure spiritual light enveloped his body. But even with the help of the rank 8 demonic spiritual energy, he still couldn't move, only reducing the pain on his body. At the beginning of the battle, the invisible restraint he and Barbarian Bear suffered was an instant eruption. But now, it was a force field that continued to act on Lang Qingfeng's body. After the 3 boulders were thrown out, it was as if there was no external interference. But they still maintained a triangular formation. Lang Qingfeng seemed to have become one with the boulders as they rotated along with the boulders, drawing an arc in the air. Boom! Along with a loud rumble, the triangular formation smashed into a mountainside. All the vegetation and rocks within a radius of 10 feet were instantly turned into dust, as if there was an invisible force radiating in all directions. The 3 boulders were like 3 ancient steels that stood on the ground. Although the surrounding dust couldn't get within 10 feet of the steels, there seemed to be no interference from the sky. A large amount of dust floated down from the sky and entered the center of the 3 steels, forming a strange outline. It was as if there were 3 thick beams of energy shooting out from the 3 stone tablets, converging in the middle, forming a circular force field. Lang Qingfeng was in the center of the force field. The muscles on his body twitched slightly as if he was enduring great pain. All of a sudden, a green light flashed from one of his wolf claws, and he shot it downward. At first, the green light was rather slow, but as it got further and further away from the force field, its speed became faster and faster. After a few breaths of time, it actually escaped the range of the force field and sank into the ground. Clang! In the next moment, the soil exploded, and a slender green wolf finger appeared at the bottom of a huge rock. This attack seemed to have no effect at all. The spiritual light on its surface dissipated, and it fell to the ground. This giant rock seemed to be stabilized by some other power, and it floated there. Lang Qingfeng's lips twitched. His 4 wolf claws flashed one after another, and more than 10 wolf fingers squeezed out a force field from below, bombarding the bottom of the floating boulder. However, even with such a terrifying attack, it only managed to dig out some stone fragments. The moment the demonic spiritual energy on the wolf's finger came into contact with the huge rock, it dissipated. Those stone fragments were forcefully dug out by relying on the wolf's sharp finger and the power that came with it. Seeing this, Lang Qingfeng's divine sense jumped violently. Could it be the dragon-breaking stone? Under the investigation of his soul consciousness, he quickly found out that the power that was imprisoning him came from the 3 giant steels. The 3 giant steels combined together to form a unique force field. Furthermore, he also discovered that the upper and lower positions were the weak points of this force field. Thus, he activated the wolf finger's ability to attack outside of his body in an attempt to destroy one of the stone tablets. Previously, he attacked hastily and did not feel much. Only now did he realize that such a rock that was extremely hard and could isolate spiritual chi could only be the dragon-breaking stone. This is impossible. The dragon-breaking stone is not compatible with any spiritual energy. How can it contain a restriction array? Little wolf cub, stop struggling. The confinement of the 3 origin heavy stone tablets is not something a class 8 demonic beast like you can break free from. Hearing this, Lang Qingfeng extended his divine sense outwards. He was in despair. The burly man flew over from afar, and beside him floated an unconscious big white bear. This bear's face was full of fist marks, and its skull was slightly deformed. This burly man was naturally Lu Kuan. He looked at the 3 giant stones, imprisoning Lang Qingfeng below with a satisfied expression. Half a year ago, after he and the others refined the flesh 5 elements formation disc, they began to set it up in the body refining pavilion. In the process of setting it up, they discovered that although the flesh 5 elements array disc could form various unique force fields when combined together, there were still many flaws. Firstly, the great 5 elements force field was formed by the intersection of void energy. At the edge of the intersection, the force field would be greatly weakened, and it would be easy to break through. Secondly, as the void energy was a one-directional force, it was easy for others to detect its source and find the location of the flesh 5 elements formation disc. As long as these 2 points were used, the trapped person could attack the flesh 5 elements formation disc through the weakness of the force field. As long as the flesh 5 elements formation disc was destroyed, the great 5 elements force field would collapse. Finally, after some discussion, they discovered that the formation disc that could activate the invisible force field was a match made in heaven with the dragon-breaking stone. They could place the spirit stones and demon stones that provided the flesh 5 elements formation disc's energy into the dragon-breaking stone. The void energy that the flesh 5 elements formation disc activated was not an immortal cultivator's dharma spell, but a body cultivator's special power source. The dragon-breaking stone could not block it at all. In this way, it would be useless for the trapped person to discover the flesh 5 elements formation disc. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to break the dragon-breaking stone. The Yang clan's secret technique could make the dragon-breaking stone into molds for Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures. Now that the flesh 5 elements formation disc was embedded in it, it was naturally very simple. The 3 dragon-breaking stones in front of them were carefully refined by Lu Kuan and Zhu Siming. They were treasures that were independent of traditional immortal cultivators and completely belonged to body cultivators. Triple origin steel. Every dragon-breaking stone steel contained 6 flesh 5 elements formation discs. There were 3 openings for the void energy on each side. The openings on the front were relatively closed, while the openings on the back were relatively open. When the 3 dragon-breaking stones formed a triangle, the 9 openings on the front would converge to form the great 5 elements force field, while the 9 openings on the back would provide a reaction force to stabilize the triangular structure. In order to ensure its power, The main material of the 18 flesh 5 elements formation discs were all grade 8 demonic bones. The formation discs that were infused with Lu Kuan's flesh 5 elements formation disc produced the same amount of origin energy as his physical body. A grade 6 demonic bone could produce 300,000 pounds of void energy, while a grade 7 demonic bone could produce 400,000 pounds of void energy. A grade 8 demonic bone could produce 400,000 pounds of void energy. When the 9 openings of void energy converged together, the great 5 elements force field was extremely terrifying. Even a powerful grade 8 demonic beast would be forcibly imprisoned within it. Chapter 993. Lang Ching Feng smelled the aura of the ape monster in his bloodline and looked at the unconscious barbarian bear. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist long-armed ape, we are Boss Kuei's subordinates. This old bear has Boss Kuei's keepsake." In the ancient era, the Kuei cow had a close relationship with the long-armed giant apes. We were in the wrong regarding the Black Mountain ape race. Please show mercy on account of Boss Kuei cow, fellow Taoist. You're talking about this? Lu Kuan raised his arm, and a piece of craft paper emitting powerful blood energy floated above his palm. Lang Qingfeng's expression froze. "Why is it in your hand? Did Barbarian Bear show it to you?" "But why?" Lu Kuan said indifferently. "You're mistaken about one thing. Although I have some ties with the giant long-armed ape, I'm not from the demon clan. I'm from the human clan. There's no friendship between the human clan and the demon clan." Lang Qingfeng's consciousness throbbed violently. "That's impossible. I can't be wrong about the aura of giant long-armed ape's bloodline. Besides, human cultivators have extremely weak bodies. How can they have such powerful physical strength? Not to mention that you used giant psychic arms." Lu Kuan shook his head. "I'm a human, but I'm not a cultivator. I'm a body cultivator." "Body cultivator?" Lang Qingfeng's expression was blank. He'd never heard of body cultivators, but it seemed to be a term for cultivators. At this moment, the invisible energy from the 3 dragon-snapping stones suddenly dissipated, and the force field in the middle disappeared. But before Lang Qingfeng could react, the air around him tightened again. Unlike the 3-origin heavy steel, this binding force came from all directions. There was no blind spot. Lang Qingfeng didn't know if it was an illusion, but this new force field was even more terrifying than the one they just fought. If the other party had used it from the start, he and Barbarian Bear wouldn't have been able to break free so easily. Of course, this wasn't Lang Qingfeng's illusion. Lu Kuan's void power theurgy was greatly related to distance. The further away it was, the more demonic energy would be consumed. Beyond a range of 10 feet, he could not even use it. On the other hand, the closer it was, the more powerful it would be. However, after using the power of the void, the effect of borrowing power from a void would temporarily disappear. Therefore, Lu Kuan usually used the power of the void to bind his opponent from the furthest distance, and then relied on the speed of the bone treasure in his body to quickly close in. After getting close, he withdrew the power of the void and relied on his physical origin power to borrow power from the void to vent the terrifying brute force of 800,000 kilograms. As I expected, the physical strength of this wolf demon is about the same as that of the illusory spirit seed demon. Through the power of the void, Lu Kuan could sense the strength of the other party's struggle. Now it seems that most of the 8th level demonic beasts have a physical strength of around 400,000 gene. As for this 8th level sea bear, its physical strength is more focused on physical strength, which is around 500,000 gene. Lu Kuan pondered. Shape-shifting demonic beast cultivators have a strong physical body, rich demonic spiritual energy, and body parts comparable to magic treasures. Their fighting style is very similar to that of the bone treasure stage body cultivators. If these demonic beasts don't shape-shift and break through with their physical bodies, their physical strength must be more than this. Why must they shape-shift into human form? Shaking his head, Lu Kuan put this doubt to the bottom of his heart and looked at the 3 broken dragon stone tablets. Seeing that there was not much damage on the surface, he waved his hand and put them away. Such a powerful treasure also consumed a lot of energy. In addition to spirit stones and demonic stones, it also needed to replenish the essence of the flesh. After all, the flesh 5-element array disc had to generate blood chi and demonic spiritual energy on its own. Originally, Lu Kuan didn't plan to use this newly refined treasure. He came here to wait for the barbarian bear to come to him. However, who would have thought that in addition to this rank 8 sea bear, another rank 8 demon wolf also came? In order to capture 2 8th level demonic beasts alive, he had to use the 3 essences heavy steel. This forbidden treasure exclusive to body cultivators did not disappoint him. Looking at the wolf demon that was still struggling, Lu Kuan's expression turned cold. He came in front of the wolf demon and grabbed its mouth with both hands and forced it open. A small gray ball appeared out of thin air and quickly entered the wolf demon's mouth. Lang Qingfeng's eyes widened and his body stopped struggling. His eyes revealed a look of horror. With his divine sense and spiritual sense, he could clearly feel that this gray ball contained a terrifying destructive power. If this destructive power exploded outside his body, he might be able to withstand it with the defense of his physical body. But if it exploded inside his body, he would most likely be destroyed. Lu Kuan withdrew the power of the void and said indifferently, "The power of this destructive ball is equivalent to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Follow me obediently and don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, with a single thought from me, your years of cultivation will be wasted." After that, Lu Kuan picked up the huge white bear beside him and flew toward the mountain peak not far away, as if his body was weightless. A look of struggle flashed across Lang Qingfeng's eyes. Then he lowered his head dejectedly and followed closely with his tail drooping. In the process of the battle, the mountain peak under the lightning tribulation experienced 2 more rounds of destruction. The originally towering mountain peak was shaved off by the violent destructive power. On the mountain peak, apart from the charred rocks and soil, only Feng Yuan and her spiritual beast, the phantom fox demon, were left. Feng Xiaobo, who was originally assisting at the side, was now floating at the edge of the mountain peak. He looked at the dissipating tribulation clouds in the sky with a look of excitement in his eyes. Back then, the non-aggression pact between the inner and outer seas protected the inland cultivators, but it also harmed their spirit transformation sect. Without a high-ranked demon beast as their natal spiritual beast, their sect would not be able to produce a nascent soul stage cultivator. The formation that he helped Feng Yuan to maintain was called the Tribulation Formation. It was created by the Spirit Transformation Sect's Spirit Transformation Sect ancestor. It was a unique formation used to assist spiritual beasts in their tribulation. This tribulation formation had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Once it appeared, it meant that the Spirit Transformation Sect was about to have a nascent soul stage cultivator. This formation had 2 main functions. One was to slightly weaken the power of the lightning tribulation. Although it was not weakened by much and could only be used on the first lightning tribulation, it was still very precious to the demon race. The other function was to share the spiritual power of the cultivator with the spiritual beast, forming a temporary demonic spiritual power. This meant that the spiritual beast that was going through the tribulation would have twice the demonic spiritual power, greatly increasing the success rate of the tribulation. The phantom fox crawled in the center of the mountain peak. Its body was covered in a layer of pale pink spiritual light, and new strands of white fur grew from its skin. The spiritual energy and demonic aura of the entire water bear mountain gathered, forming a yellow and white funnel cloud. It crazily surged towards the phantom fox, and a pressure unique to a Class 8 demon beast slowly spread in all directions. At the same time, the formation below the phantom fox flickered with spiritual light. Waves of pale, pink spiritual power flowed into the lines of the formation and flowed in a different direction. There was a formation that was 3 feet in size. Fairy Feng Yuan sat on top of it with a pale face. The pink spiritual light surged out of the formation and entered her body. The spiritual energy and demonic aura that was being attracted by the phantom fox seemed to be attracted by something and suddenly split off and turned towards Feng Yuan. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.